to order this March 11th, 2020 continuance of the Seattle Waterfront LID assessment hearing. Today we'll continue objections from a cluster of various case numbers that were started earlier. We'll take a break at approximately 10 a.m., take a lunch approximately at noon, and then again approximately at 3, another break. Please make sure all your cell phones are turned off and not used during the hearing. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Jacob Stillwell from Perkins Coie on behalf of objectors. I put together a witness and exhibit list for today. I apologize though, since it sounds like we've been continuing exhibit numbers rather than start over and confuse everyone, I intended to just leave the exhibit number box blank and inadvertently just deleted that column. So I have a list of witnesses and exhibits. Oh no, I'm sorry, I did leave it blank. So I figured we could just fill in the exhibit number as we go rather than have me start from one and confuse everyone. So I have a copy for the record, a copy for the city. And objectors would like to begin by continuing with Ben Scott's testimony on the Helios building in appeal number CWF 0441. And Ben, do we have you on Skype? Hey Ben, can you hear us? Do you know if we're connected?
Yes, he is. He may have stepped away. He needs to start his video on his end.
Okay, my apologies. We'll get in touch with him right now.
Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Ben, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Just a reminder, Mr. Scott, you're still on oath, under oath or affirmation from your earlier testimony in the hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning, Ben. I believe where we left off last week, we were discussing your report's conclusion that the improvements to Pike Pine may have detrimental impact on the Helios property, and you were sort of explaining that conclusion. If you wouldn't mind starting that analysis again for the record, that would be great. Thank you.
First, improvements directly adjacent to Helios, consisting of the sidewalk improvements. We know that the term of that construction will be relatively long, and we know that the proximity of construction on the sidewalk is going to be a hindrance and difficulty to tenants of the building. Given the long duration of those improvements, we're talking about a 5-year time span, and given the discussion, I think previously about the tenancy of Helios, what we can see is that in-place tenants who are not likely to be there throughout the duration of the construction to experience the benefits of the waterfront improvements along that sidewalkscape are going to be inconvenienced at the very least in their daily life as construction blocks their sidewalk, their access to their garage, etc. Loud noises associated with construction are a problem for multifamily tenants who like to come home and maybe have a little bit of quiet. I think that given the duration of the construction that will be required, you're going to have tenant turnover repeatedly during that time, and it's going to, if anything, potentially hurt renting in the meantime. So any benefits associated with those improvements are going to be at least 5 years out. In the meantime, they're going to be problematic for renters.
In your professional experience, approximately, what's an average range of tenant turnover in a building like the Helios?
A Helios tenancy is going to average 1 to 2 years. I think the number of renewals is relatively high in the first year, but the property is new enough that we haven't seen enough data. Typically for downtown high-rise properties, 1 to 2 years, with an average, I believe it's along the lines of 19 months is typical.
Okay. So then is it your conclusion that a couple of tenants may cycle in and out of some dwelling units during the construction phase?
I think the building is very likely to completely turn over in terms of its tenancy.
And given that the improvements wouldn't then be constructed, what's your opinion about whether Helios would be able to offset the assessments with, say, higher rents?
Those higher rents would come in the out years. In the initial years, it would take a long time to recoup those rents.
And so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think if we consider it on a discounted cash flow model, the first 5 years, if your income decreases, you have to make up in a much higher way in the out years. You think about, for instance, everyone's 401ks. Losses now take more benefits later to offset. And that's the situation that Helios would probably be confronting.
In addition to the interim period of construction, your report mentions that once the improvements are complete, due to the high level of IMI currently there may be marginal improvements that may or may not even be noticeable. Could you please sort of refresh our recollection on the what an IMI is and how it's applicable to these properties, and then how the IMI with respect to the Helios will be impacted by these improvements?
The Irvine, Minnesota Index, it was established with an effort to essentially by the streetscape improvements. So essentially you're talking about how friendly it is to pedestrians. Given the sort of improvements that are being discussed under the waterfront lid, I think the IMI is a good indicator of how that would be, how one would measure it. For the property, for Helios, we're talking about 3 to 5 points of addition on the IMI. The Second and Pine streetscape is already very highly developed and very pedestrian friendly. You can actually see that by essentially the number of pedestrians that are on it all the time. But it also has, the streetscape is very pedestrian friendly. It has trees, it has relatively wide sidewalks, it has a mix of uses, it has high buildings, etc. These are all things that are typically high IMI scores. The IMI change following the lid improvement, it moves it from essentially it moves it from a level 3 to a level 4. I'm sorry, it moves from a level 3, yes, a level 3 to a level 4. So this would be essentially it goes from 0 to 1 standard deviations above the mean to 1.22 standard deviations above the mean. The move between that level is not associated with a large increase. It's what you're looking for is an improvement from levels 1 to level 3. The goal is to go from below the mean to above the mean. So the change at Helios itself is going to be associated with a slight improvement at best.
Are you able to sort of discuss in a bit more tangible terms what an increase like that would look like, sort of from the sidewalk or from a property owner or tenant's perspective?
I think the imagery that in my report, I think what this does, and hopefully we have that.
The report was provided as an exhibit when you began your testimony last week. I do have extra copies available.
So on the final 2 pages of that report.
What's the exhibit number for the record?
The exhibit number for the record, I apologize, I don't have that. It was the final exhibit admitted.
39.
39.
Thank you.
And on exhibit 39, are you discussing the images on the final page and the second to last page?
Correct.
Oh.
So on the second to last page, listed figure 1, that's the streetscape essentially between 3rd and 2nd and Pine. So what you see is a high level of pedestrian amenities. You have wide sidewalks, you have traffic calming in the form of the curb bulb that comes out there. You have on-street parking, which acts as a buffer. People find that comforting. You have a physically separated bike lane on the left there. You see a diversity of uses. So there are everything from convenience stores to coffee shops to retail uses. And then you have a relatively large number of multi-story buildings, no vacant properties, no obvious issues with, abandoned items or anything of that nature. You have good signage and you have street trees and bike tracks. On the following page, you can see the imagery of the after-lid improvements. And what you see there is a change to the sidewalk, to the crosswalks, the differentiated tiling, that adds essentially 1 point to an IMI. The extension of the curb bulb and then the correction of the curb cuts adds another 1 point. What you don't see is anything relatively substantial. These are relatively small changes, and the differences are not likely to be noticeable in a major way. We're not going to unmarked crosswalks to crosswalks. We're not going from relatively narrow sidewalks with no trees to wide sidewalks with trees. So the enhancements here are relatively minimal.
Thank you. And do you have an opinion about whether these enhancements, because clearly as the pictures demonstrate, there will be improvements here, but can you comment on whether the connection between these improvements and the special benefit accrued by the Helios as opposed to the general public?
I would say that the benefit to the public is probably is greater than the Helios. Helios, all the tenants, they've already seen the sidewalk space there. They know what they're getting, and the improvements are going to be essentially, they're basically to make it more appealing to, I would say, the general public who is walking down the street. I think what the problem is the duration of construction here.
Are there examples of other buildings in the area that are comparable whose IMI will improve to a greater degree due to these street improvements?
I think there are. I had previously discussed in other contexts the Volta property. That's a property that will have a dramatic increase in the IMI that's on along Bell Street, where the extension of the Bell Street Park is going to bring that dramatically. Along Virginia Street, I also know that the increases along Virginia, I think, are also concomitant with those improvements. And so I do think that even West Edge across the street is getting a superior location improvement. West Edge is a direct competitor of Helios, of course. What that property has is current vacancies across the street. The street space is very, currently it's not pleasant, and improvements, I think, are going to disproportionately affect it in opposition to Helios.
And did you examine the special benefit assessments levied against those properties relative to the Helios?
I did. In terms of the I did. West Edge, and now I'm I believe West Edge did receive slightly relatively similar, but lower in percent benefit than Helios did.
Thank you. I'd I'd like to turn now to the waterfront amenities. Approximately how far is the Helios from the waterfront amenities and the pedestrian connections?
In terms of the new amenities, like for instance, the overlook walk, this is about 700 to 900 feet, depending on the corner. Of course, during construction, that will be extended because of the blockage of the sidewalk there.
And what you've talked previously about how proximity to amenities such as the ones being constructed impact the building's value. Can you comment please on how the Helios's proximity to the overlook and the waterfront amenities will impact its property value?
I talked about proximal amenities. The Helios, its location on the other side of the market, I think already lends itself to a slight disamenity from that proximity. You have the spillover effects that have been discussed previously. Once again, there's the perception of crime and how people feel about that crime has an impact on value. We see that in the Troy study that I had mentioned before, done. And what that finds is in the face of perceived crime and a lack of safety, proximity to those two amenities of that kind have an actual discount on prices. So that kind of proximity, due to those, not only due to the spillover effects discussed by in the Crompton studies referenced by Mr. McCauley, but also in other studies, suggest that proximity in the face of perceived insecurity do discount properties.
So with any
detail, those kind of effects have to do with not only a loss of street parking, for instance, but litter, noise, a general feeling of insecurity. I did note that the property we are talking approximately a block away from a recent mass shooting on the corner a block from this property. So I think the perception among some residents is that there is some difficulty here.
And is it your testimony then that the proximity in this case from Helios to those amenities fits within that disamenity dip that you discussed?
It does. It does, and I'm sorry for interrupting. That disamenity curve has gone from anywhere from 0 to 200 meters in some studies, and 0 to 300 meters in other studies. 300 meters would be approximately a little bit over 900 feet, which would be the Helios would be.
Do you recall if the Macaulay study discounted for any of these factors?
In my understanding, it did not.
Did it treat proximity to those amenities as simply a net benefit without discounting any of those negative externalities?
It did. If one visualizes the percent benefit, the proximity to amenities is a net positive across the board.
I believe when we last week when we began, you mentioned the property's makeup with respect to residential and retail use. Could you sort of refresh the record on that? Is there ground floor retail with this building?
So there is a single tenant ground floor retail, a small goods retailer. That ground floor retail does front Pine, and so it will be affected. Above is the multifamily portion.
In your opinion, how will the ground floor retail be impacted by the next 5 years of construction?
I think it will be difficult for that property, the tenancy there. The frontage there is directly on Pine, as I mentioned. So the access to the retail component will be inhibited by the construction efforts. Similarly, any loading of that property will take place through the Helios garage, which is an alley access. That alley is very likely to be obstructed by construction items and loading of that nature. So I do think that will be a problem.
Do the tenants also use that garage?
They do.
So would you say that was another disamenity for both retail and residential?
Absolutely, that will be an inconvenience. The entry into that the alleyway which accesses the garage is very likely to be obstructed.
Can you comment on, once the improvements on Pike Pine are completed, what impact will they have on that ground floor retail?
I think it will be an improvement. I think what will happen in the meantime is you're going to observe a retail tendency that may have trouble, may have a concomitant loss of sales, may have trouble making their rent. A vacancy that it has to be turned over is a cost to the building itself. The eventual benefits to a retail tenant there are likely to be accrued, but those will be, once again, in the out years. And we'll have to go through the process of vacating a space, building out a space, re-tenanting. These are not negligible costs.
And is it similar to your discussion of what the residential part of the building would have to do with respect to making up rents in the out years? Will retail have to sort of make up sales figures as well post completion?
Absolutely, and there's a knock-on effect here for retail as well. When a tenant comes to look at a prospective tenant looks at a multifamily unit, they don't know the history of its vacancy. But a retail tenant comes and they look and they know. The question is, what happened to the previous tenant, right? If the previous tenant vacated because they couldn't make their numbers, a prospective retail tenant is going to be aware of it. If you've had a dark store for 6 months, a prospective tenant wonders if there's a problem, maybe with the space itself, not just the previous tenant.
Did the Macaulay study take any of these negative effects into account when discussing the Helios?
I showed no evidence that there are any costs of changeover and tenancy that are accrued, just standard frictional vacancy.
Are there any negative impacts to retail discussed in the Macaulay study at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Could you please comment on how improvements to the waterfront and sort of pedestrian access to the waterfront will impact the competitiveness of that retail space at the Helios?
I think that it will be a potential discount on that. It will essentially draw more retail traffic away, potentially. The Pike Pine corridor, of course, is a corridor that is being expressly discussed as connecting essentially downtown to the Pike Place and the waterfront. While that may generate more retail or pedestrian traffic in front of the Pine retail for the property, it's also likely to divide some of that current pedestrian traffic. I think we also mentioned the road of lack of improvement to the streetscape itself. Other properties will receive more of a benefit due to those streetscape improvements, and so I think that by improving other properties, it's a pie that you're dividing, and Helios will take a slightly smaller piece, I think.
Will those other properties that you're saying will have increased value due to the improvements, does that mean that they have sort of less room to make up as far as post-completion sales and sort of surplus?
Yes, I think any issue that it confronts a retail tendency or a rent generator, all of these things have a tendency to add up. And if you're trying to make up ground on an asset, it's going to be problematic. When you're digging out of a hole, anything that digs that hole a little bit deeper is a problem.
So as was discussed last week, there's sort of confidential spreadsheets that we won't obviously disclose any information on, but did you review those from Macaulay?
I did.
Did you identify any incorrect data, again, not going into specifics from that study, and if so, how did that impact the conclusions?
I did find that it appears that Mr. McCauley has used incorrect unit mix for the apartments. So the number of studios, the number of one bedrooms, the number of two bedrooms, Mr. McCauley appears to have used the incorrect numbers for them. Those numbers appear to have been, I'm not sure if those were the original. The difference between as planned and as built. And so the assessor modified their data in 2017. Mr. McCauley appears to have been using the original unit counts. This makes a dramatic difference. Mr. McCauley he reduced the number of studios by 56. So he had a higher number of the larger, higher rent units in his income calculations. That of course makes a big difference. The difference that generates just by correcting his numbers is $37,849,000 on the pre-lid value.
So you're saying by inserting the incorrect data into the methodology, it has artificially raised the pre-lid value of the property?
Yes, that's correct, by almost $38 million.
In your opinion, if the correct data was used from the beginning in the methodology, how would that have impacted the pre-lid value?
It would have reduced it by approximately $38 million. So the pre-lid value derived in the study is approximately $299 million. If the correct data were used with no other changes, the pre-lid value would be $261 million.
And how would those conclusions impact the special benefit assessments?
If I assume by changing those numbers, Mr. McCauley's spreadsheet needs no other changes, the lid numbers are reduced by approximately 30 basis points. I didn't recommend the direct numbers, but it's approximately $600,000.
And that would be the reduction in the assessment based on a more accurate pre-lid value.
That would be a reduction in the special benefit value.
Special benefit value, okay.
Is any of this in his report?
It is not, because his report was written prior to his ability to view the Macaulay spreadsheets.
Are there any other exhibit or anything that you'll be introducing that would have the?
We don't.
Essentially, important information that you're asking is how is the
Yes.
special benefit to be reduced? So
It is, and I suppose we could work with Mr. Scott on producing a supplemental report. I know that the logistics of what information can and can't be used in the record is still, I think, subject to negotiation, given the confidential nature of the spreadsheets. But I'd be happy during our break to discuss that too with maybe counsel for the city and Mr. Lutz, so that we do have some sort of documentation that backs this up.
okay, it's not it's certainly not required. You have to put your case on how you will, but if you want the examiner to, in the context of 440 objections, in writing a decision and recommendation to council at the end of that, you may want to organize that in a manner that's easily accessed and understanding what you're actually asking for.
Certainly. Thank you. Will do. Are there any other buildings that you haven't discussed yet that your report concludes are receiving greater benefits from the LID improvements, yet have lower special benefit assessments?
I do believe that West Edge was discussed, Volta was discussed. Those do have lower assessments.
I believe that was it on mine as well. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross?
Good morning, Mr. Scott.
Good morning.
So on direct a few minutes ago, you testified that you don't believe ABS considered negative externalities in assessing the special benefits in this case, is that right?
That's correct, I don't believe that.
And what leads you to draw that conclusion?
My impression of the waterfront lid and the allocation of the values, when I consider the overall, what I see is that the proximity is directly linked to a positive benefit.
So you're assuming that ABS didn't consider negative externalities in its assessment? Sorry, that wasn't audible.
Oh, yes, I believe that is the case.
You also mentioned that you don't believe ABS considered construction disruptions in its assessment of the special benefits for the Helios property, is that right?
They're mentioned, but I don't believe they impact evaluation.
And what is that belief based on?
Initially, it was based on the report's implicit valuation. Subsequently, looking at the spreadsheets, what becomes clear is there's no initial discount in rents.
And would your opinion change if ABS had in fact considered construction delays in assessing the values for Helios?
It would.
You also mentioned the issue of retail tenancy, and you testified that there was no evidence in the ABS study that ABS considered tenancy issues in assessing values, is that right?
I think what I said is ABS appears to have only considered what I call frictional vacancy. So that's your standard sort of every couple of years you will turn over. I think what is not considered here is the costs of re-tenanting based on proximate impact.
And if ABS had considered the tenancy issues that you have highlighted for us today, would that change your opinion?
It will.
Did you calculate a before value for the Helios property?
As I mentioned before, per Mr. McCauley's, I did calculate that, but that was utilizing his factors.
And did you calculate an after value to the Helios property?
Yes, according to Mr. McCauley's spreadsheet.
But you didn't independently determine what special benefit the Helios property would accrue as a result of the lid improvements?
I did not.
No further questions.
Any retract?
Just one, Mr. Examiner. Are those factors discussed on cross, for example, including negative externalities, impacts to retail, are those the types of data that need to be expressed in the methodology in order for professionals to review appraisal methodologies? Are those the types of factors that are usually included in reports so that you can study and assess the accuracy of the conclusions?
Yes, typically they would be explicitly broken out. We consider these hypothetical assumptions. We believe that, for instance, tenancy costs and re-tenanting costs will be increased in the face of such development. Typically those would be explicitly broken out.
Is it in your professional experience that when those types of things are not included in a report, it means they were not utilized?
Typically.
Typically. Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can do that. Mike Arnett is our next witness. His cell phone is on the fritz, so he's in a conference room near his work and asked that we contact him on 206-474-5600. 4945438. And
Have we
is,
tested the system yet?
huh?
Have we tested this system?
I don't believe we have.
All right, so we'll take a short recess to get him connected.
Thank you. You want me to move?
You may need.
Well, we can just switch seats.
Yeah, we can
the
switch
camera.
seats.
Yeah.
Are you questioning? Is that
Yeah, I
what-
was gonna question.
And then before we begin questioning, we have Exhibit 40, I believe. And my apologies, I left the property summaries off the exhibit list, but I have the one pager for the 2 and U, which is appeal number CWF 0421.
It's marked as Exhibit 40. Anything else for the exhibits?
Not for this witness, no.
And I'm sorry, is this exhibit coming in with the last witness or this one?
I'm sorry, this witness. So, and we'll be moving on from Helios now to the 2 and U building.
Okay. Please state your name and spell it for the record. Can you hear me, Mr. Arnett?
Yeah, one second. Just because I can't see anybody on my machine, if people can just literally tell me who's speaking, and I'm assuming it's the hearing.
Yes, Mr. Arnett, this is the hearing examiner. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Michael Arnett, Michael Arnett, Arnettte.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony we'll provide in today's hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Letts.
Thank you. Mr. Arnett, we're here to discuss the 2+U building. Can you confirm you're here to represent the taxpayer for the 2 and U project?
I can confirm that. I'm a legal officer for the company.
Okay, can you talk about your professional background and experience in the buying, leasing, and managing of property in the Puget Sound region?
Certainly. At Colliers International for 10 years, I was the chief investment officer for our Colliers International Fund, a property fund which bought, acquired, sold, leased, managed assets in Puget Sound and around the country and in Canada. And at Skanska for the last 5 years, I've been involved in buying, leasing, and managing property in Seattle and in Greater King County.
Can you describe the, and I'm going to say parcel number 19747000175, the 2 and U project?
Certainly. It is a 38-story office tower with ground floor retail component. It is a improvement asset.
Mr. Arnett, we didn't catch the last part of the last sentence you said. Could you please repeat it?
Certainly. It is the best asset that's been built on the West Coast in this type of category for office buildings in 2019.
And can you describe, when you say the best type of this type of asset, can you describe in a little bit more detail what 2 and U consists of?
Sure. We use concrete product. We use and achieve gold and platinum LEED, and our architecture and design separate us from any other building in stone, and our location at 2nd and University.
Okay, so you said it's an office building with retail on the ground floor. Can you describe your occupancy as of October 2019?
Yes. We are 100% occupied as of September 2019 in all of the office space. There's no more office space to be let. The retail is a programming component, and we try and achieve office tenancy prior to, so that we can work through and try and capture certain things that our tenants are looking for in the retail base as an amenity, less in an accretive manner, but more in a amenity manner.
And so to amplify that, you're viewing the retail not as much as a profit center for the building as a way to keep tenants happier? Is that the way to translate that?
In a way, yeah, in a way. I mean, obviously, we still are looking for an accretive component because that's the business we're in. But at the end of the day, we try and program our retail occupancies and tenants around the office tenants and what it is that they're trying to shoot for in terms of their recruiting, retention, and talent sourcing, what they're looking for from their employees.
Okay, and is the location of 2&U an important part of your planning?
Absolutely. Second at University, there weren't any, and there aren't any other locations like it left in Seattle for development. So it was obviously a hard key for putting in such a special building.
Was proximity to Harbor Steps at all relevant?
Not really. At the end of the day, having access to the waterfront and things like that is another of many location drivers. Also the CBD, generally speaking, but really just being in such a core area of downtown Seattle.
Okay, so the fact that there's proximity or access to the waterfront is a nice to have, but not a super important component. Is that a fair way to characterize that?
Yeah, that's a fair way to characterize that.
Can you talk about the office lease terms?
Sure. We have, as I already mentioned, 100% occupancies, all of which are under 15-year lease terms. There is one lease that is a little bit shorter, 12. Our aggregate average lease term is 13.5 blended for all of the tenants. So all of them are on the longer tenure. It having already been fully leased, the lid really isn't going to help us with our leasing efforts, and it's really not going to help us recapture any potential value because of the lid, because we have baked in rental terms. So effectively, all of the rental rates are baked. There's no elevating any of them except for typical schedules where you might see, a percentage increase over the duration of the lease term.
When you say baked, there are no periodic rent adjustments to increase the rental rate to a market rate, for example.
No.
And any rental increases that are negotiated in these leases are on already fixed terms. So the leases, the rental rates don't change for the 12 to 15 years of the lease.
Right, there's no way to raise the rents in any type of manner, as you just kind of noted. So there's really no value derived. And really, we're looking at it from the perspective of lease term. We're really not able to try and catch any potential value derived until, I think, earliest 2033 and typically 2035.
Okay. I suppose if you have are they triple net leases?
Yeah.
So, would the cost of the LID pass through to tenants?
Well, we are a ground lessee under a ground lease. So our obligation is to be responsible for any and all taxes affecting the property for our ground lease term. That is TBD, obviously. I mean, most of these tenants didn't underwrite to pay for significant swell in tax, but possibly. As you manage a building, you have to manage tenants, and sometimes you have to eat some of those costs if there are things that weren't known or expected or promised or not promised during the lease negotiations.
Well, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Michael. I was just trying to get a sense of where that burden was ultimately going to lie.
Well,
go ahead.
just to clarify, the burden is ultimately ours as the party responsible for the taxes under the ground lease.
Okay. When did you receive notice of the assessment?
Not fully clear, but I believe end of December 19.
Okay. And had you become aware of the final benefit study earlier than that?
You know, I was racking my brain thinking through the timeline on a lot of these things, and I think we became aware through a relationship with an outside attorney who sent it to us as FYI, but I'm not sure it came before December, but I assume it probably did.
Okay. So how much time did S2&U have to prepare for its response to the appeal notice?
Yeah, that's another one. I think we had approximately 3 to 4 weeks to prepare. You're talking about the objection?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay. And can you talk about the logistics of getting prepared to file that objection?
I think most of us were out for holiday. I think when we were sent notice of proposed assessment, I think it was at the end of the year. So I think a lot of people weren't even in the office to make some of those decisions or really talk about those decisions. So I think what we really did was we tried to armor ourselves with as much intel as we could find with outside third parties. We looked through the objection process, tried to determine rights and scope. But really, we were just running. We didn't have a second to kind of catch our breath and really think through what we needed to do. I think somebody had sent us the lit agreement January 1 and asked us to return it signed January 16. There was just so many decisions that needed to be made, so many discussions, and none of us were here to have them early January. So I think that really played a kind of a huge part in our reaction because we really had to scramble.
Well, was the size of the assessment significant? Can you describe how that played into your thinking?
Well, yeah. I mean, the valuation of the approach of assets not clear to us. I mean, the cost comps and the lit value is so much well above assessed value that, yeah, we, very, very concerned in all respects, but really just so much uncertainty and clarity. We just didn't know where it was coming from or how it was derived.
Well, I guess that's the question. So when you saw the assessment, can you describe S2&U's reaction and what you did to try and understand it?
Yeah, I mean, we tried to go back in and figure out how it was that it was derived, and I think having researched so many different tools, but really the King County Assessor's data and final study talks about sales comparison approach, income, talked about all these things, but we really didn't know how it was calculated, cost approach, but we just don't know what approach was really used for SEVT law. We just don't know, so we haven't been able to figure it out, to be honest.
You mentioned the King County Assessor. Can you talk about the variance between the Macaulay Studies assessment of your S2NU property and the King County assessors valuation?
Yeah, so, I think the King County assessor's valuation is somewhere around 290 million, for 19. You know, there's I think a 200% or so difference. And the lid valuation is just so well above that assessed value. You know, obviously concerning, didn't understand how it was calculated again. But we really have no way of figuring that out unless there's a way for someone to explain it to us.
And did the city ever request information from S2NU to support its evaluation process?
No, not once.
Did the city contact S2NU to comment on the preliminary assessment?
No.
And so did anyone from the city request site access to do any sort of inspection of the project?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And nobody requested to see the leases or the other information you were talking about on marketing?
No, and if you think about the value of a building, effectively, our value of the building was determined and kind of plugged in September of 2019 because the value of the building was effectively the rental proceeds captured over the term of the leases. So if we were to sell our asset, you know, a buyer would be looking at that as part of their due diligence to determine value, because that's really what they're buying, the leases.
And how would additional costs factor into the valuation of the building if you add on the LID taxes to your cost base?
Well, yeah, they'll treat it as, you know, deducts in the costing, so a prospective buyer would look at that in terms of valuing a building, and they would effectively deduct that from the amount that they would be willing to pay, because that's a cost.
And have you looked at whether you would finance the LID costs if you had to, or if you would just pay them lump sum?
We self-finance the entire construction of 2U without any outside debt or equity partners or financing. So I would assume we would continue to pay lump sum.
Yeah, I just meant, would you take advantage of the city's offer to pay in increments with interest over 18 years, or would you pay up front?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you today. I don't know.
Okay. So, in your opinion, is this base valuation of $591,082,000 a reasonable valuation of your project?
Well, tenants chose our project due to the design, the urban village, which is really that retail program that I discussed earlier, which is going to be impacted by the lid. They didn't choose it because of the proximity to waterfront or future redevelopment. They also chose it because of the transit connectivity. Those are the most important decision tools that we effectively marketed our asset, and we were told by our tenants as rationale for their selection. So do I believe that the 2U is accurately valued? No.
Well, and to follow up on those comments, the improvements are anticipated to be delivered in 2024. Do you have any sense that you got additional rent in your 2019 negotiations because the LID improvements were coming in 2024?
I'm not sure anybody knew that this was going to be something that we would be dealing with, because it's never came up in any of our lease negotiations. So no, the answer is without hesitation, no. The waterfront, if anything, improvements will actually cause potential negative impacts given the duration of construction, which we could see as an impact to retail tenancy because customers will opt out of heading downtown to you given proximity to the waterfront. Foot traffic is what really drives retail, and there's going to be a reduction if there's lack of parking and other essential drivers, and also impact of construction. Jerry, I may have answered a different question. I kind of lost track. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, the specific question, which is fine, was, do you have any evidence that the value of the leases that you signed as of September 19 had any element of rent attributable to the fact that you're going to get park improvements in 2024?
No. To you, 100% leased at some of the highest rates in the city, $47 triple net average, years in advance to the lid, benefits being done and available, so no.
Okay, and again, there's not, so how would increased tourism, and I think this is partly the question you were trying to answer, how would increased tourism along the waterfront affect your office tenants and the retail tenants?
Yeah, I don't see a lot of use. I mean, these are effectively, tech engineering groups that are occupying our building. There's not going to be a lot of use, and it's not really the driver. The driver was effectively transit connectivity, owing to some of the issues we had with getting around our town, and really just the design and urban village, which really drew in our tech-heavy tenants.
Okay.
And I guess another point is we already have some type of access to the waterfront, if you will, through Harbor Steps. The lid piece is just not as, I think, specifically beneficial to you.
Okay. So in your opinion, will these LID improvements being delivered in 2024 increase the fair market value of the S2&U project?
No. Again, the value of the building from a buyer's perspective is going to be derived from the rental proceeds. The rental proceeds are fixed through 15 years with one outlier. And even assuming that the improvements increase value of neighboring properties, that benefit is so far in the future that I just don't see that, Jerry. And the fair market value piece, again, is derived from buyer pools. Buyer pools are going to buy the building based on the rents.
So just to be really clear, even if you assume that the LID improvements would increase the value of some properties because of the waterfront amenity, is that potential available to you before 2033?
Can you restate that? I kind of didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me ask you again. I was just trying to clarify. You've got leases where the rent is fixed through 2035 with one that is through 2032. So my question is, if you assume that there might be a general or even a specific real estate value increase to some properties around these improvements, is that a benefit that you could take advantage of at S2&U?
In the future. No, again, I don't see that as a driver. It's transit, it's amenities in the building, it's quality of the building, it's design, it's the urban village. I think the urban village is going to be negative through the course of the 5-year construction period. Again, I think that is an amenity that the tenants expect to be able to use day one. And our programming efforts and through all of our lease negotiations and all assets that we do around the world, I mean, literally we're talking about how we're going to make it. That's through effect.
We just had you cut out a second. Sorry, Michael.
Oh, sorry.
You just cut out a second.
No,
Can
I'm
you-
sorry. Sorry. No, I think the answer is no, Jerry. Sure.
Okay.
And I also think it's special, and it's something that will, Waterfront or it's not something that the tech employees are going to get out and use. It's not something that the employers, meaning the decision makers, are going to select the building for. It's really, again, about the design of the building, the urban village, the amenities in the building, the employees to be working in the building. So I think this is great, I guess. But for us as a building owner, it doesn't really help us. So, can you hear me?
You are cutting out occasionally. We're cutting out. We can hear you, but there are just occasional cuts.
Sorry, someone's probably watching a movie in some of these offices. There's like 8 people here because of this coronavirus, and they're probably jacking up my connectivity. I'm sorry.
Okay. So one last question, and we didn't talk about this before, but how long do you expect an asset like the S2 and U building to be in place before there's a significant redevelopment?
Oh, that is a tough question to answer. It is, we think it is, again, and we've been told, and hopefully you guys can hear me, the best asset that was built in 2019 on the West Coast, if not the USA. And from my perspective, a redevelopment isn't something that we have actually thought about. We think it's a timeless. So I don't see that as being on the future horizon anytime soon.
All right. I have nothing further.
Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Arnett. My name is Gabrielle
Can't
Thompson.
see you, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. My name is Gabrielle Thompson, and I'm here on behalf of the city. I just have a few follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
Earlier, you mentioned that there was a lid agreement that you had to review in January. What is that agreement that you're referring to?
I don't have access to my machine. I was looking and reference it, and I don't have it in front of me, so I can't tell you specifically, but I know it was, I think it was agreeing to the lid. That's all I kind of remember, and I think one of our outside attorneys sent it to us January 1st and said he'd like to get it all back from us the 16th, and it was due the 28th. That's what I remember. But I can follow up with Jerry and send that through, if that helps. Can you guys hear me, Gabrielle?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that the property is currently 100% leased, and that was in place as of September 2019. Is that right?
That's right.
And you also mentioned that the King County assessor for 2019 had assessed the building at a value of $290 million. Is that right?
I think I said 290. It may have been a little bit higher, but below 300.
Okay. And do you know if the King County assessor's 2019 value included the value that would be associated with the 100% leasing?
I don't know.
And have you retained an appraiser to perform an individual appraisal of the 2 and U building since it has been leased by, 100% leasing?
I believe that we employed Northwest Accounting to provide a less than appraisal report, more of a general review. And I think we're still in discussions around getting a full appraisal report, but I don't think that's got done.
And a similar question, did you retain somebody to perform a special benefit analysis for the 2NU building?
I don't recall the terms of the engagement with Northwest Accounting Services, which is, I think, Ben Scott. But there could have been some review relating to that under his services, and I can't answer that because I'm not sure that we didn't use somebody else as well. I think we may have.
And earlier you said that the city didn't ask for information about the 2NU building as part of its special benefit study and assessment. Did you ever provide information to the city independently about the building?
I don't recall. I don't know offhand.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Arnett.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Sorry I couldn't see you, it made it very awkward on my end. I was staring at a 20-minute clock.
Thanks, Mike.
Sorry guys. See you.
I'm gonna leave it back to you.
Sounds good.
And vacate the room.
Are we switching to a new witness?
Back to Ben.
Mr. Scott, who I believe is still on the line.
Are you there, Ben?
I guess.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Given that we have Mr. Scott's connectivity established and we do need to take breaks, let's take a break at 10 now and we'll go until 10:30.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm gonna leave it to it before we're on the record.
We'll return to the record with Mr. Scott back on direct.
All right. Mr. Scott? Can you hear us okay?
I can you hear me?
Yep. So I would like to, this is resuming testimony with regard to the 2NU building. I'd like to introduce into the record Exhibit 41, Mr. Scott's property report for the 2NU building, which was an exhibit to the objection.
Marked as Exhibit 41.
Mr. Scott, do you have your property review for the 2NU building, which has been marked? Here's Exhibit 41 in front of you.
I do, yes.
And did you conduct a property review of the 2NU building with respect to the Seattle Waterfront LID?
I did.
And is this report your conclusions on that study?
Those are my initial conclusions, yes.
Please describe the 2NU building and your the method that you used to evaluate the property with regard to the LID.
The 2NU building is being delivered high-rise office tower in the financial district. It sits above a rather substantial retail pedestal. I visited the site, I perused its rent rolls, its leasing condition, and then walked its vicinity in the LID improvements. Having done that, excuse me, I discussed the leasing situation and how the building is positioned relative to the lid with ownership representatives and management, and as well as considering the effects of the lid on the property itself. All that based in Mr. McCauley's final study.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to begin by turning to the third page of your report. Middle of the page under section C, incorrect data. Can you please discuss the parcel data here and your conclusions about sort of their inconsistency with on-the-ground conditions?
Yeah, the notation there, this is a list of 3 parcels. The 3 parcels are what make up the sort of ground footprint of the 2+U building. So parcels ending in 5190 and 210, all of those sit underneath the property, the building itself. They were purchased separately, demolished, and then constructed upon. So the building itself sits and straddles these 3 parcels. This is what Mr. McCauley describes as a, quote, larger parcel. This would be described as an economic unit. So a value derived by capitalizing income to the property would require the contribution of those land parcels. What did not seem in the initial study was that the 2 parcels were deducted from the overall value. In essence, to create 100% of the value, some of that value is contributed by the underlying land. What did not appear from the original study was that the Freedman's Loan building and the play yard vacant lot were deducted from the total value of the property itself. Upon further review of the spreadsheets that were provided after the fact, that's clear. Essentially, the $591 million value derived from the income approach by Mr. McCauley includes the contributory value of those 2 parcels. So they should be deducted in the allocation back to the large parcel ending in 0175. The difference that makes is relatively substantial. In essence, what is happening is the special benefit of those is being double counted. It's assumed to be.
If you wouldn't mind, Ben, you cut out there for a minute. I think you had some operative phrases. Could you go back about 15 seconds or so?
Yeah, I think what became clear from the spreadsheet is that the values, the special benefit on the Freedman Loan and the vacant lot are being essentially double counted. Those values get in the value of the 0175 parcel, the big parcel, and then they're counted again separately as if they're developable components of land.
And
their values.
And can you please explain why those 2 properties, the Freedman's Loan and vacant lot play yard, as you've labeled them in your report, why should those parcels be subtracted from the value of the land rather than added to it?
If you look at the, I think if you go to the final page, or the second to last page, Exhibit 41, the imagery shows the pedestal. This is the footprint. The bold line indicates the footprint of the property.
And for the record, I think we're actually on the final page of your report with the 2 images, one on top of the other.
Correct.
Okay.
That L-shaped footprint is the consolidation of all 3 parcels. So the special benefit of the 2 parcels, and they make up the lower left, the sort of shutting out bottom part of the L, I would say. Those 2 parcels, their entire value is contributed to the building itself. You can't generate the income. I'm being told I'm contributing poor audio quality. Can you hear me?
It's a bit spotty, but I think we can hear you okay.
So essentially, the special benefit that accrues to those parcels contributes to the special benefit of the big larger parcel.
Ben, I'm sorry, that last sentence you're going to have to repeat.
I think, Mr. Scott, for the most part, we can hear what you're saying. You may want to slow down a bit, enunciate more. That won't fix everything. It's not just you, but that may help with the system.
I will try. The economic unit that we've talked about, what Mr. McCauley describes as a larger parcel, is the sum of the values of all the contributory parcels. The special benefit should not be allocated outward, as if it could be used separately. essentially the value of those parcels to the bigger component. And so adding it, essentially, that would just say that, well, I can generate income from this building, I could generate potentially separate income from these other land parcels. That's not the case. The land parcel is directly contributing to the building on top of it. That's right.
Okay. And so you're saying that essentially it's being counted, these two other parcels are being counted twice because they're both included in the value of the 2U building, and in addition are treated as two separate parcels with potential income generation.
That's correct.
If those two parcels had been treated more accurately in the report such that their value was reduced from the 2U building's value, how would that have impacted the pre-lid value, and how would that have impacted the special benefit?
The difference would be that the total pre-lid value calculated by Mr. McCauley and attributed to the 0175 parcel.
Oh, Ben, you're gonna have to start your sentence over.
The pre-lid value calculated by Mr. McCauley for the 0175 parcel, as it includes the values of the other two parcels, the allocation back to the 0175 parcel should have been reduced from $591,082,000 to $559,114,000. I apologize, but if we can do this, I think, I'm not sure if you can see that.
Nothing's coming through. Oh, yes, okay.
And that, what that hopes to show is that the 2+U building description, that's the total value. If we don't agree if we don't disagree with Mr. McCauley's calculation, the allocation should then back out the other two parcels. So the bottom number is what should be allocated back to the 2+U building. The after lid in the same manner, and the final special benefit then would be reduced essentially by the difference of the two.
And is that the difference of the two then, is that that final number you've highlighted?
It is. That would be the 562,587 minus 559,114. So instead of the $4.1 million special benefit accrued to the 2+U big parcel, I'll call it, it would be the 3.473 million.
And that's assuming all other data in the McCauley study is correct. This is just taking his numbers from the public documents and assuming everything's correct. That's just the subtraction of those two other parcels.
That's correct.
Okay.
Is that chart in his report?
That chart is not in his report. I believe, given Mr. Scott's additional analysis, after looking at some of the spreadsheets, we've discussed providing some supplemental reports to the examiner and to the city that will clarify Mr. Scott's more recent analysis too. It will be provided as part of the record at a later date, if that works.
What's your anticipated path for doing that? Wait, let me ask specifically: do you anticipate doing that within the time allocated for the cases that objectors are
Yes.
that you're representing?
Yes.
Okay. So you're suggesting that we were going to have during that time additional materials submitted from Mr. Scott?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that this would simply be a part of that?
That's correct. And for now, we're simply sort of referencing his quick math, but we wouldn't necessarily be entering the spreadsheet into the record, for example, right now. This data would be included, though, in a supplemental report.
Okay.
This is more for demonstrative purposes.
That's fine. If it's going to come in some form, I think that's useful for both purposes of the record and the examiner's consideration. And if it's coming in during the allotted period, then you're not needing the record left open to do that. seems perfectly acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. So moving on from the parcel analysis there, does the 2U currently have improved access to the waterfront?
Yeah, 2U, they noted in their document, their original design, the access to the waterfront via Harbor Steps, which is just across the street in here. That it does allow them an existing pedestrian.
You cut out again.
Mr. Scott, I think your last couple sentences cut out. And then also, if I think your screen sharing tab might still be open. We can see you, but you're sort of minimized. If you can go back to your larger screen.
Did that do that?
It did not. If you have a hide stage tab open, I think that might minimize the document sharing.
I probably, according calendar shared.
The view isn't inhibiting your ability to proceed, but it's possible that the more functions you have like that in operations, that it cuts down on your audio coming through.
I understand. I do show that I'm not sharing anything anymore, so I'm not sure. I apologize.
Okay.
That's okay. That's all right. And I apologize. Could you? I'll ask again. Can you describe the 2U's current access to the waterfront?
Yes. As noted in their design documents, they do mention direct pedestrian access to the waterfront via Harbor Steps from 2U.
From Harbor Steps from 2U.
Correct.
And
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Are you having technical problems?
No, I saw a hand.
I'm trying to
Oh, I'm
signal
sorry.
him when he cuts out.
Oh, okay.
If my hand goes up, I can't hear you. So,
I see.
yeah.
Okay. Could you please repeat your comments with regard to waterfront access?
The waterfront is a pedestrian accessible from 2U via Harbor Steps directly across First Avenue from 2U.
Is it your understanding that the Harbor Steps are being improved at all by the LID project?
I believe not. They're not included in any improvements.
In your opinion, are any of the pedestrian connection improvements especially benefiting the 2U's primary access point to the waterfront?
No.
Will the Union Street pedestrian connection improvement have any special benefit on how 2U office tenants or retail customers go between the 2U building and the waterfront?
No, I believe they will draw pedestrian traffic away, some portion of pedestrian traffic that would have utilized Harbor Steps away from that east-west corridor. A reduction in pedestrian traffic has a concomitant effect on retail sales.
And what is your opinion about the impact of the Pioneer Square improvements on foot traffic to the 2U building?
I think in a similar manner, they will have a tendency to draw pedestrian traffic away from that corridor, from the Harbor Steps, other retail amenities around there. Essentially, what is happening is the weight of the gravity in Pioneer Square and along Union and Pike Place is being increased, essentially drawing off pedestrian traffic that might have visited the pedestrian amenities at 2+U.
On the second page of your report, under the subheading proximity to amenities, you describe the retail atrium and sort of the pedestrian traffic area below the 2U building is an urban village. And in his testimony as well, Mr. Arnett similarly described it as the urban village. What, in your opinion, is the purpose behind designing a ground floor of a building similar to that urban village pedestrian amenity function?
The urban village, I think, was expressly designed to create a public-private space for not only tenants of the building to utilize, but also as a gathering space and essentially a pool for retail tenancy. It was designed, I think, expressly. The design proposal includes responses to design review board questions, which sought to improve the sort of public-facing amenities of that space. It was expressly designed to be a welcoming sort of creating space for the pedestrian traffic in the area for both the public and the tenants of the property.
And how do you think in your opinion, how will the Pioneer Square and Pike Place market improvements, what impact will those have on the 2U's ability to accomplish its goal of sort of creating that vibrant urban space there in the atrium?
I think with the potential, what you have is, if we think about those locations, you have a much larger concentration and a much larger population of retail amenities. People, relative.
Go ahead and start that sentence over, please.
They're going to pull more people towards those higher concentrations of retail amenities. The location itself, 2U, has, while a relatively high amount of retail space and public gathering space, will be essentially outcompeted by larger concentrations to the north and to the south.
Was that impact taken into account in the Macaulay study?
Not to my knowledge.
Are any of the 2U's atrium urban village spaces going to see special benefits from the LID projects?
No, I don't believe so. The retail atrium and the urban village was constructed essentially with a goal of improving the streetscape along this corridor. So that was essentially private investment to generate an improved pedestrian streetscape. The lit amenities are not in this area. They're not improving the sidewalks along this corridor, for instance. So no, I don't believe they do.
Will the improvements have any negative externalities with the 2U ground floor?
I think potentially they will. The location, approximately being between 200 and 400 meters from the waterfront, what we have is a public gathering space. Public gathering spaces can be either a positive or potentially a negative. One thinks of other parks in the city where gathering of the public is not essentially a net positive. So the people who gather in the face of potentially decreased retail tenancy, if you have a number of closed storefronts in a covered location accessible to the public, that's not a potential negative. This has to do with the spillover effects that are cited in the Crompton studies, et cetera. I think that there's a relatively high potential for problematic gatherings that would have to be dealt with by, say, security or be of concern.
You mentioned that those externalities are heightened when there are sort of retail vacancies in the area. Do you see any negative impacts on retail for the 2U building due to the lid to the extent that it may cause vacancies?
I think what we would see is that as the retail and pedestrian traffic moves to the other poles that are being improved by the LID, I think that added competitive nature will have a tendency to decrease either retail rents, will decrease their sales by decreasing their pedestrian traffic. That kind of thing can increase vacancies. It can increase turnover, and so you will have a higher vacancy and turnover rate, which may lead to such high vacancies.
Switching now to the waterfront amenities, what impact will the amenities on the waterfront, such as the park, how will that provide a special benefit to the 2U building, considering its use of office space and retail?
I think with respect to the office space, the office tenancy is not likely to leverage that or see it as a selling point. They have already capitalized on the views in the face of the removal of the viaduct, and I think those are implicit. In the retail atrium, I noted that on the southwest corner of the property, they have described there's a waterfront overlook, so they're already leveraging the views. The idea that amenities on the waterfront are going to be a net positive for 2U's office tenants, I think not only are the tenants less likely to leave the building than bypass the atrium itself, which is promoted for that reason and designed for that reason, to bypass that and then walk down to the waterfront to, say, have a meeting on the park, I think is unlikely. With respect to the retail tenancy, I think, as I indicated before, that's going to have more of a tendency to draw people away from bypassing the 2U.
And you touched on this earlier, but on page 2 of your report, again, under proximity to amenities, you discuss the proximity to the waterfront amenities in particular being a disamenity. Could you comment on that in the context of the 2U?
Yeah, I think the proximity to those waterfront parks, the spillover, I think given a relatively large pathway in the form of harbor steps, which has historically had a number of issues with security. At the end of that pathway is another public gathering space in the form of the urban village at 2U. And I think those spillover effects in the form of that form can impose a disamenity. There's also this situation of parking. 2U's parking garage is largely devoted to tenants. It had the number of spaces in the parking garage were included as, quote, must takes by their tenants. So in signing an office lease, you agreed to take a portion of the parking in the garage. The waterfront amenities happen, according to the report, I believe there's a removal. According to the report, there's a removal of approximately 450 parking spaces. 2U, and especially the retail amenities there, would leverage off-site parking to generate traffic. Removal of parking off-site could potentially have an impact in terms of not only the congestion and the traffic issues that have a tendency. That's included with the street parking question, which is difficult.
Thank you. On the third page of your report, under subsection B there at the top, it's titled Competitive Disadvantages. You discuss the maritime buildings comparable improvements and benefits versus its special assessment. Can you please comment on its relative improvements as they relate to the 2Us?
Absolutely. The maritime building, which is just a couple of blocks away from 2U, that property did abut the viaduct. And so a tenant that moved into that property did so with the intention of waiting out the viaduct removal and negotiated a number of improvements to the building that would leverage its proximity. Similarly, the street frontage and the pedestrian streetscape along the maritime building will go from a relatively poor condition to a very high standard. This is a move from, in that location, there were essentially 2 standard deviations below the mean in terms of the IMI that I discussed previously. And those will go to essentially 1.5 to 2 standard deviations above the mean by the time the waterfront lid improvements are completed. That's a dramatic improvement associated with not only higher rents, but also improvements on the retail. That's the kind of building that is very well positioned to take advantage of the waterfront lid improvements.
And I would direct you to the final page, or the last page of the text of your report, which I believe is just the next page. In that last full paragraph, you conclude pointing out the disparate special assessments with the Maritime Building receiving, it looks like about $100,000 less of an assessment than the 2&Us. Can you please talk about your views on the misallocation there?
Yes, and I'll put it that special benefit is approximately, it's closer to $1 million difference. The Maritime Building, as a function of those IMI improvements, the streetscape improvements, and the acknowledged goal to benefit from those parks, I think the benefit that is applied to that property it stands to benefit much more from the LID than to you. Is improved. Its streetscape will improve. It will have better retail access on the ground floor. Its office tenants explicitly were looking for those improvements, and that was described in an article in the Puget Sound Business Journal. So the benefit, I think, is not appropriately divided here. I think that the Maritime Building is in a position to accrue a substantially higher benefit due to those. Due to the improvements it finds. When I did talk there about an increase in rents and net operating income, as well as a decrease in cap rates. That's per studies that show that improvements in the streetscape have a tendency to not only increase rents, but decrease cap. You're increasing the numerator and decreasing the denominator, so the value has a tendency to go up dramatically there.
And so that, in your opinion then, is that one of the important reasons why appraisers should pay attention to the IMI and its impact on improvements to particular properties?
I do think so. I think that it is a quantifiable method for quantifying the streetscape, and we have studies that show that it can be linked to a change in value.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further on direct.
Cross.
Hello, Mr. Scott. You mentioned before that you had prepared a revised calculation of the before value based on the inaccuracies that you identified with respect to the parcels. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've also sort of used that before value calculation to adjust the after value. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you perform an independent calculation of the value of the 2&U building?
I did not for this purpose.
And did you calculate an independent after value for the 2&U property?
I did not.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
And since we have the benefit of Mr. Scott here, that's all the testimony we have for the 2&U. Mr. Scott is also on deck to discuss the 3 GID properties that are scheduled for today. And so, considering we still have an hour left before lunch, we can just stay with Mr. Scott, if that works.
Do you want to introduce 40 and 41?
Yes, please.
Any objections to 40 or 41?
No objection.
40 and 41 are admitted.
So objectors would next like to turn to appeal number CWF 0416. This is the building called the Martin. And I have for the record one-pager property summary for the Martin,
Already marked Exhibit 42.
as well as Mr. Scott's property report for the Martin.
That'll be 43.
Ben, you still with us?
I am. I tried to reconnect to hopefully improve some of these issues.
Oh, wonderful. Do you have your report dated January 31st, 2020 for the Martin?
I do.
And is this report your assessment of the Macaulay study with regard to the Martin Apartments?
It is.
Can you please describe the property and the steps you took to complete this report?
The Martin is a multifamily property with ground floor retail located at 5th and Lenora. I visited the site, I perused rent rolls and income data on the property. I considered the Macaulay report as it pertains specifically to this location, as well as walking the improvements in the immediate proximity.
You say in your report here on the first page, I apologize, I believe it's on the first page, but you referenced that this property caters to the Denny Triangle area. Is that correct?
Yes, the property is located close enough to that area, and it leverages the South Lake Union proximity. That's where, of course, in recent years, the predominant development of office and has been. So that location is a new driver of essentially tech jobs. The Martin's proximity to that at the north downtown area is really designed to leverage that proximity.
And approximately how far is that Denny Triangle area from the waterfront?
The Denny Triangle is, more than a half mile from the waterfront. It would be probably 3/4 of a mile to the most proximate waterfront amenities.
At the bottom of the first page of your report, under proximity to amenities, you state that the Pine Street improvements will be minimal given the high level of current pedestrian amenities that are currently in place. And on the next page, at the top paragraph, you describe it as suggesting that the benefit would almost be unnoticeable. Could you please describe, in your opinion, what impact the streetscape improvements will have on the Martin?
As I indicated, they would be minimal. These are a number of blocks away from the Martin. So improvements way over there, I think, are not likely to improve the lives or the tenancy of multifamily tenants. Saying 6 blocks away they're adding better sidewalks doesn't have a tendency to make people want to move into your building.
Thank you. And we discussed previously sort of the average tenancies for this area's multifamily building. Do you have an opinion on the lease terms typical for the Martin?
At the Martin, they're typically on 6 months to 1 year leases. Average tenancy is in the 1 to 2 year range, but that would be typical for downtown multifamily properties.
And approximately how far is the Martin from the closest street improvements?
I calculated approximately 0.28 miles from the entrance, and that would be at point. Sorry.
You have to repeat that sentence.
At 0.28 miles from the Pine Street improvements, That's the closest from the entrance. That would be, the entrance of the property is on the east side along Fifth Avenue. Very slightly farther is the Lenora Street pedestrian bridge that would be improved at 0.3 miles. That's just walking down Lenora.
And so, based on your assessment of the turnover rates at the Martin, then is it your testimony that there'll be several tenants in the average dwelling unit before improvements are completed 0.2 to 0.3 miles away?
Yes. Average turnover at the property would, over 5 years, for instance, one would expect 100% turnover in the multifamily tenants at the Martin.
Do residents typically accept higher rent for those types of future improvements?
Typically not. One does not usually accept a higher rent for an improvement that one is not likely to see.
How do you think how would the Martin have to deal with the increased assessments without being able to raise rates?
That'll be incurred as a cost to the ownership. It will come in the form of higher operating expenses. Passing those on, the only likely tenants that one could pass those costs on to would be the retail tenants in the form of increased triple net expenses. That becomes a burden then on the retail tenants as well. Higher operating costs are associated with the reduction in value overall. It's a deduction from the income generated by the property.
Were any of those deductions taken into account in the Macaulay study?
I did not specifically see them in the original study. In the subsequent spreadsheets, I did observe that the operating expenses at apartments were not increased by the cost of the lid. So it appears to be, the assumption is expenses will remain level.
Okay, so it sounds like the spreadsheets didn't add any new information. It was rather just confirmation that sort of silence in the original report was also silence in the methodology with regard to these
Correct.
negative impacts. Okay. So you sort of touched on these already, but will the Pioneer Square or Pike Place Market pedestrian connections have an impact on tenants at the Martin?
I don't believe so.
Is there any data on tenants living in the Martin who crisscross between their property and the waterfront, which routes they take or anything like that? Is that a measurable data point?
It would be measurable. I believe that per the leasing information and I think the targeted leasing, the tenants are more likely to travel north and northwest or northeast of the property, traversing the amenities associated with South Lake Union.
In your experience, tenants who rent properties in this area, what is their typical driving force on why they chose that location? Does it have anything to do with the waterfront?
No, I think it's much more centered on the South Lake Union drivers of economic activity there.
So employment, for example?
I think among employment, the retail amenities that are centered there, yes.
In your opinion, is there any connection between increased tourism at the waterfront and the property's success, either with regard to residential rates or their sort of retail success?
I do not believe so. I think this is a separate market that leverages proximity again to South Lake Union. It's a very peripheral market if you consider its center as the waterfront.
In various places in your report, I think primarily on page 2, under the heading B, competitive disadvantage, you discuss several different properties, including Volta, West Edge, Elliott Point, some of these that are competitive buildings that are essentially putting the Martin at a disadvantage through these improvements. Can you please discuss a few of those properties and sort of the misallocation associated with them?
Sure. Initially, I know Volta. Volta is located along Bell Street, which is set to, as part of the lid, the streetscape adjacent to Volta is to be improved dramatically. That goes from a relatively hostile pedestrianscape to a continuation of the Bell Street Park, which essentially adds not only the wider sidewalks, improved landscaping, but also benches, essentially a public gathering space immediately adjacent to the Volta property. The benefits that will accrue, those being immediately adjacent, are substantially higher than those that would accrue to the Martin by being in a relatively distant proximity to the improvements. With respect to Elliott Point Apartments,
I'm sorry, if we could stay on Volta for one moment. I'd also like to discuss your opinion at the bottom of the first paragraph under competitive disadvantage. The last line there, you highlight the difference in special benefit between the Volta and the Martin. As consistent with your testimony, the Volta's special benefit is much lower than the Martin's. I was wondering if you could comment on that spread.
yeah, that spread, the increase attributed to Volta
You're gonna have to start that sentence over.
the improvement, the special benefit allocated to Volta, otherwise known as the difference between its pre-lid and post-lid values, is calculated at $137,000, despite all the improvements that it will accrue. The Martin, the special benefit was considered at $503,000. That difference is dramatic. It's given the leverage that each property will be able to achieve from the
I think the last word there's cut out, but I think you were saying lid improvements. Okay. Okay, thank you. And those numbers are there in your report. Next, I think you were moving on to Elliott Point.
Right, Elliott Point. That's it's just across the street from Volta. Elliott Point is located it'll be at the end of the Bell Street Park, and then the Blanchard Overlook is just across the street from it. Elliott Point has a dramatically less friendly pedestrian environment. This is where essentially an off-ramp of the viaduct used to be. And so the pedestrian amenities there are limited, to say the least. The improvements there will be dramatic, and the benefit was only described to accrue $213,000. That's against the Martin's $503,000 special benefit.
Can you think of any, withdraw that question. Finally, there at the last full paragraph on page 2, you discuss the Art House and Elliott Bay Plaza. If you could discuss their improvements relative to the Martins, please.
So Art House and Elliott Bay Plaza are two relatively recently constructed apartment properties. They do front Elliott, and they'll be adjacent to the Bell Street improvements. I note that their special benefits are at 0.35% and 0.25% of value. The Martin was attributed 0.5% of value as its special benefit.
So with all of these examples, and I believe there's one or two more in your report, but generally speaking, is there anything in the McCulley report that you can highlight that sort of generally gets at why the Martin was sort of misvalued to this degree?
I believe it's, I think their value, excuse me, there's nothing specific, I would say. I think, and then perusal of the documents afterwards, the assumption is that the waterfront improvements will be a net benefit. And then that's directly related to proximity rather than a consideration of the underlying market fundamentals.
And was the proximity of the Martin to the waterfront versus sounds like the draw more towards the South Lake Union area, was any of that discussed in the Macaulay study? Or was there more of an assumption that the Martin's tenants would be enjoying more of the waterfront, period?
There is some discussion, and it can be implicitly assumed to be as part of the locational evaluation that the Macaulay study does. It does note that South Lake Union is a driver. I believe that that was taken into account in terms of the factors used.
Do you think that it was taken into account to a sufficient degree?
I do not.
Could you talk about the degree with which it was taken into account versus what you would have expected to have seen given the sort of realities on the ground?
I think specifically, Mr. Macaulay lip service to it as an economic driver. What he doesn't assign, I believe, is an appropriate level of gravity. So what he doesn't break out is the level of improvements that would accrue to those that are more centered on the waterfront. I think the disparate nature of those two markets is mentioned, but I don't think fully considered. So I would say that, for instance, rent changes in proximity of South Lake Union are much more driven by the actual economic activity of South Lake Union than improvements on the waterfront.
In that analysis, waterfront amenities, tourism versus market economic forces in South Lake Union, was there any discussion about that in the Macaulay study as a driver for rents and other attributes of the property?
Mr. Macaulay discusses significantly the occupancy changes and rent changes in the South Lake Union neighborhood. What he doesn't do, I think, is draw the line between those and changes attributable to the waterfront.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Hi, Mr. Scott. Did you perform an independent calculation of a before value for the Martin property?
No.
And similarly, did you calculate an independent after value for the Martin property?
No, I did not.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
None.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And are we continuing with him? Or?
Well, I think what we can do, I know we've been splitting up sort of all experts for one property, then all experts for another property. Given we're trying to coordinate a bunch of remote testimony, given we have Mr. Scott's listed testimony for the next two properties as well, they're all owned by GID, so they'll have the same ownership testimony. But if it doesn't confuse the record too much, we could just keep going with Mr. Scott's testimony.
I think that's the most appropriate thing to do.
All right. So, next we will turn to.
Oh, we have exhibits 42
exhibits.
and 43. Thank you. Any objection?
No objections.
42 and 43 are.
Objectors would next turn to appeal number CWF 0412. This is the Suris. And I have for the record a property summary for the Suris.
Exhibit 44.
And for the record, Mr. Scott's property report for the Suris.
Exhibit 45.
And the report was made an exhibit to the objector's appeal as well. Mr. Scott, do you have your report for the Suris in front of you?
I do.
And is this report a reflection of your study of the Suris with regard to the LID
It is.
and the Macaulay study?
Correct.
Sorry, one moment. Okay. Could you please describe the Cirrus, its location and its usage, please?
Yes, the Cirrus, it's located at 8th and Lenora. It is a multifamily tower of recent vintage with retail on the ground floor.
What's the extent of the ground floor retail?
It's relatively constrained. It's a small, multi-tenant store.
And you mentioned in your report that the Cirrus is also drawn to Denny Park, McGraw Square, and the Urban Triangle Park. Can you sort of describe that area? Where's the center of gravity for this property?
Yes, so this is even closer to the South Lake Union Center of Activity. This is at the very northeast corner of the waterfront boundary, the lid boundary. Its location, we're within blocks of many of the Amazon properties. The Denny Park is approximately 2 blocks away. The McGraw Square is another small, recently improved park. And the Urban Triangle Park was actually developed concomitantly as part of the development of the property itself. The city had already planned for that park. It's a small triangle immediately adjacent to the subject property.
So you're saying the park was developed along with this residential property?
They were not at the same time, but they were in progress at the same time, yes.
Did you find in your review of the property that many of the residents tend to use that park and those amenities?
It's much more oriented to just sort of cross traffic. The city, as part of the city's overall parks goals, the goal is to have an open space or gathering, a park within a certain number of blocks of every. So every couple of blocks you'll have a park or a resting place, and it was cited as infill for that reason.
Okay, so it's not that this park is necessarily for the Cirrus, but this park sort of acts as the public gathering place for properties in that area. Is that right? Okay. Was there any mention in the Macaulay study about the impact of the draw of those types of parks and those types of amenities to tenants relative to the draw of the waterfront park?
Not relative to. The Macaulay study goes into, does a lot of high-level overview about the impact of parks to adjacent properties. What it doesn't mention is other parks and their concomitant draw. So parks that are not in the waterfront do not appear to have been given much credence in terms of their impact.
And I guess what I'm getting at is, in your review of the study, did Macaulay take into account that there was these other parks closer to the Cirrus that tended to draw tenants who wanted that sort of park experience that's closer rather than going down to the waterfront? Or did there appear to be an assumption that the waterfront park was the new center of gravity for tenants in the Cirrus?
I do believe it's the latter. The assumption is that the parks at the waterfront are going to be the draw. And the idea that pedestrians would bypass other such amenities on their way does not appear to be considered.
And how close is the Cirrus to the closest improvements, be they streetscape improvements or the waterfront?
Approximately 1/3 of a mile. It's situated it's a 0.32 miles between 8th and Pine, as well as the Bell Street Park at the beginning of 5th Avenue. Those are the most proximate.
What impact will those improvements, once completed, that are about 1/3 of a mile away, what impact do you feel they will have on the Cirrus?
I think minimal. Given their distance, they're unlikely to be a direct draw for tenants or even pedestrian traffic. Given their location, in the opposite direction of the South Lake Union Center of gravity, I think they're not going to be relevant to many tenants there.
What is the IMI at the Cirrus now?
The IMI is relatively high.
Will the improvements have any impact on the Cirrus's current IMI?
No sidewalk improvements are approximate.
And in sort of the general walkability analysis of sort of the pedestrian experience in this area, how is the Cirrus, I guess, generally already well-improved area in your professional experience?
Absolutely. It has a high level of pedestrian experience, amenities.
In addition to the IMI, is there any walkability or pedestrian-related experience improvements that will come from the streetscape improvements about a third of a mile away to the Cirrus?
I do not believe so.
Is there any obvious or general way that tenants or retail customers at the Cirrus now access the waterfront?
I'm sorry, you cut out there.
Is there any obvious or way that tenants at the Cirrus or retail customers access the waterfront from the Cirrus building? Is there any direct route to the waterfront now?
If one follows the Nora, there is the Lenora pedestrian overpass, which is receiving some benefit according to the LID. Those benefits to the road will be minor. They're essentially adding plantings on the pedestrian bridge. That connection is over the Port of Seattle's World Trade Center and then connects to the Bell Street Conference Center. I think that corridor is relatively lightly used, and I think it's unlikely to be used by pedestrians and tenants of the Cirrus.
Do you have any examples similar to the Martin of comparable multifamily buildings that are receiving greater benefit through the LID project that are being assessed less?
Yeah, I mentioned again the Volta, which will receive dramatic improvements according to the Bell Street Park, et cetera. Those benefits were calculated at $137,000. The Cirrus was attributed $379,000. Elliott Point again was mentioned. Its proximity to the waterfront and the improvement of its streetscape were dramatic, but the benefit attributed was only $230,000 against the Cirrus's $379,000. The Second and Pine, the west edge, or actually Second and Pine would be the Helios property, which we talked about. That property, I'm sorry, Second and Pine is across the street from Helios. That benefit was calculated at $312,000, despite its dramatically improved proximity to the improvements.
Can I take a moment? I know these are very similar properties to the Martin, so I don't want to have you repeat too much testimony here. But it might be similar, but still important. Is there any connection that you found between increased tourism along the waterfront and the success of either ground floor retail or residential rates at the Cirrus?
No, I see no connection there.
And our tenants at the Cirrus, they have the same general lease turnover that we discussed earlier?
That's correct. It is a newer building, so leases have a tendency to be slightly longer in the initial term. Lots of pre-leased and one-year leases. So the tendency is still going to be in the 1 to 2 years on average, especially in the coming years.
Do you know when they started leasing out the Cirrus?
I believe and I don't have the documents in front of me, but I believe 2016 to 2017 would have been the initial lease up.
Okay. And in your opinion, are future improvements to the tune of then, 5 to 8 years incorporated into the pre-lease figures as far as
No.
rent and all that? No.
The turnover in a multifamily property means that rents are going to revert to what I would call market rents essentially at the end of every term, and they're relatively low. The relatively short terms are going to mean that one would see the impact of rent changes much more immediately.
And is there, given I think you mentioned before that the Cirrus is a bit further away from the improvements than even the Martin. So in your opinion, is management at the Cirrus, would they be able to offset the assessments imposed by the city on higher rents here? Or would there be any sort of demand that could be satisfied through just paying higher rents because of the improvements?
I believe not. I think that the market rents for multifamily this far away from these improvements would not change. Those are going to be much more centered on, again, the center of gravity south of changes in Amazon improvements. They could potentially be passed on in the form of higher operating expenses to the triple net reimbursements to retail tenants. I think those retail tenants are going to have a tendency to be very concerned with that.
So in other words, it sounds like offsets, for the property management might though be felt by the retail, and so there'd still be sort of a net difficulty for the building. Is that right?
Not only to the retail, but also the property management would have to incur those higher operating expenses.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And Director.
Hi, Mr. Scott. Just a couple of follow-ups here. You mentioned a few minutes ago your belief that ABS didn't take into account parks that are located closer to the Cirrus building. Why do you think that?
I find no explicit mention of them, especially as drivers of local rents.
And would your opinion change if ABS did in fact take those into account?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, it would change if I.
Sorry, you cut out again.
Yes, my opinion would change if the report did take that into account.
And for the Cirrus property, did you perform an independent calculation of a before value?
I did not.
And as for the after value, did you independently calculate the after value of the Cirrus property?
I did not.
No further questions.
And any redirect?
Just one. In your experience, is the impact of nearby amenities, is that something that would typically be in an appraisal study that would highlight the methodology? In other words, is the fact that those parks were not assessed to that degree indicative that they weren't taken into account in the study?
Yes, one would typically explicitly state that one considered the draw of other amenities, essentially the competition between the items under study.
Thank you. Nothing further.
And are we proceeding to another?
Yes.
Mr. Scott.
One last. Then we might be able to finish you off this morning.
Sounds good. I do apologize if there's activity here that you're overhearing.
Next, I'd ask that the report and summary be admitted into the record.
Any objection to exhibits 44 or 45?
No objection.
45 and 44 and 45 are admitted.
Thank you. So finally, we have a bit of a harbor step situation here with the Stratus. The Stratus is two separate parcels, two separate appeal numbers. So the appeal numbers are CWF 0410 and CWF 0411. the property summary for the record.
Marked as Exhibit 46.
And similar with the harbor steps, Mr. Scott produced one study that treated both as a single property for purposes of evaluation, admitted into the record, or submitted to the record.
Marked as Exhibits 47.
Okay. Ben, do you have your study for the Stratus in front of you?
I do.
And is this study reflective of your conclusions with regard to the Stratus and the Macaulay study?
It is.
Could you please describe the Stratus and your method for drafting this report?
Yes. Stratus is another recent construction multifamily property with ground floor retail. It's located again, very proximate to Cirrus. These two were developed as essentially phase 1 and phase 2 in the 8th and Lenora area. As part of this, I visited the property, studied its rent roll and income and expenses, and then considered how the waterfront lid would impact the property.
So then you're saying that this is essentially in the same location as the Stratus with regard to its proximity to the amenities and streetscape improvements?
To the Cirrus, yes.
To the Cirrus, yeah. Yes, thank you. What type of retail is on the ground floor here?
I believe Stratus has. It would be relatively small retail. I believe at this location it may be I want to say a frozen yogurt establishment.
And do you know about when they began leasing up?
2017, they were undertaking leasing.
Do you know if they were taking into account the LID improvements when offering sort of pre-lease terms?
No, they would not have that. At that time, the waterfront lid was in its most basic conceptual design, and once again, they were much more focused on the South Lake Union proximity.
Do you find a similar pull then as far as tenants in this property drawn more towards the South Lake Union economic areas rather than the waterfront? Is that a similar analysis to your previous report?
Yes, I do.
And how close is the Stratus to the closest streetscape improvements?
It would be 0.33 miles, so a third of a mile from the Pines improvements.
Okay. So it sounds like just a bit further than the Stratus. I'm sorry,
it's essentially the other end of the block.
Yes. Okay. And since it is a bit further down or across the block, what's the IMI in front of the Stratus? Has it changed?
It is relatively high. Okay. It's a very nice streetscape.
Will the lit improvements have any impact on the current streetscape?
Not to its direct. If anything, they will reduce their position within the whole universe of streetscapes in Seattle.
How so?
By improving, of course, other locations, one brings the mean up, which means that this property, which is, I believe, it was approximately 1.5 standard deviations above the mean originally, that would be decreased as the mean increases.
And what does that mean for the property value?
In practice, I would say there's no change.
Okay.
In the studies, a change of that magnitude is not likely to be observed.
So then you wouldn't expect there to be any sort of measurable special benefit because of that?
No.
Would there be an increase in competition, though, for the surrounding properties?
The more proximate to the improvements, there would be, the draw would increase there.
And I won't have you go through the details again, but are there other comparable buildings then in the area who are going to benefit from this that would put Stratus at a competitive disadvantage?
There are. I think.
You have to start that sentence over again. And that one.
Those that were mentioned there previously in the form of Elliott Point, Volta, etc.
I'm sorry, Mr. Scott, could you simply just re-answer the entire question? We need a clearer record, so I know that we're doing the best we can, but this is all getting into a transcript, and so it's a little problematic if we have gaps. You're still not coming through.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay. There are properties that will achieve better benefits that are receiving lower value increases.
Is there a park similar to the Cirrus Park serving the Stratus? It could be the same one where the city essentially planned it so that it would be the draw for tenants and sort of folks in the area?
Yes, the Urban Triangle Park was placed for that reason. It's very proximate to Stratus as well, less than 1/10 of a mile, essentially the other end of the block.
And was there any discussion in the Macaulay study about the Triangle Park with respect to the Stratus?
No.
And again, did the Macaulay study take into account at all the pull that the Triangle Park would have on measuring the Stratus's special benefit for a new park on the waterfront?
I don't believe it did. There's not mention of competitive amenities in the city.
On page 2 of your report, under benefits are misallocated, sort of there in the middle, you discuss the Blanchard overlook and other properties comparable advantage on using the Blanchard overlook. Could you please discuss sort of other properties' ability to use those improvements versus the Stratus's?
Yeah, those more adjacent properties are going to be, I guess,
You'll have to begin that sentence again.
I guess the Blanchard Overlook is part of the north end of the waterfront improvements. That amenity is much more proximate to those properties listed. If one were to leave from Stratus, one would have to bypass all of those properties to get to the Overlook Walk and bypass all of the other competing amenities on the way.
And those other properties that you would have to bypass, did you look at what their special assessments are?
Yes. As noted, one such property had an assessment of $137,000, the Volta, versus the Stratus $444,000.
And that's despite being closer in proximity and deriving greater benefit from those?
Correct.
Since it is in a bit of a different location, I mean, are there any direct draws between the Stratus and the waterfront that isn't included in the LID project at all?
The only other direct draw would be that Lenora Street, and the traffic is relatively negligible in that direction.
And with regard to the Stratus's retail, is there any data about increased tourism at the waterfront having an impact on its competitive aspect?
So,
I'm sorry, he didn't get it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
I don't believe there is, no.
And finally, is the lease term for the Stratus, is it similar to the Martin and the Cirrus with regard to frequent turnover?
Yes.
Or average turnover, rather, I'm sorry.
Yes, standard tenancy would be 1 to 2 years.
And would you expect at a building such as the Stratus, sounds like it's newer, and a bit further away, would you expect the building to be able to increase rents to offset the assessments due to the future improvements?
No, not directly related to the improvements.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
And Cross?
You mentioned on direct that competitive amenities, in your opinion, were not considered as part of the ABS study, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if ABS did consider competitive amenities in assessing the value of the Stratus apartments, would that change your opinion? Oh, sorry, could you repeat your answer, please?
And again.
One more time.
It would.
Thank you. And did you perform an independent calculation of the before value for the Stratus properties?
I did not.
And did you prepare an independent calculation of the after value for the Stratus property?
I did not.
No further questions.
And any retract?
Just one. Mr. Scott, is the inclusion of competitive amenities something that you would typically see in an appraisal report?
One would discuss the competitive amenities specifically. So,
And so is its absence indicative that it wasn't used in the methodology?
Repeat your question.
Were you able to hear me?
I was not. I'm sorry.
Is its absence in the report indicative that it was not included in the methodology? Were you able to hear that?
Yes, I apologize. I keep being muted. Yes, I believe its absence would suggest that it is not considered.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And how we're proceeding now is do we have more for Mr. Scott?
We do not, and the next witness we have will be Mr. Lee to testify on behalf of, again, the GID properties from the ownership perspective. He's scheduled to come on at 1:30,
Okay.
and so that's who we have.
All right, we'll
next.
take a break until 1:30 then. Thank you.
you,
Oh, I'm
Ben.
sorry, before we go to the break, we're still on the record. Exhibits 46 and 47, any objections?
No objection.
46 and 47 are admitted, and we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we return to the record. Continue with the objector's next witness.
Thank you. And objectors would like to open appeal number CWF 0416. This is in regard to the Martin. And the objectors are calling Mr. Elton Lee on behalf of the representative taxpayers.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sure. Elton Lee, E-L-T-O-N, last name Lee, L-E-E.
And do you swear or affirm the testimony you provide in today's hearing will be the truth?
I swear.
Your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, are you the representative taxpayer for the property subject to the proposed local improvement district known as the Martin?
Yes, I am.
And what is your position with regard to that building?
I work for GID, the ownership entity. I am VP Asset Management, so I assist with the company's management and oversight of all the assets in the Pacific Northwest region, inclusive of Martin.
How long have you been in that capacity?
At this company since April 1st, but asset management since 2008.
And you say you oversee properties throughout the Northwest. Where are those locations generally?
Oh, sure. Let's see, we've got assets in city of Seattle. That includes the 3 buildings we're talking about today. An asset in West Seattle, one in Bellevue, one in Kirkland, one in Redmond, and one more in Issaquah.
In addition
And
to...
then another 2 assets in Portland, so I'm kind of clumping that together.
And where are you testifying from today?
San Francisco.
What is your professional experience and background operating multifamily apartment buildings in the urban environments where you have properties?
Probably since 2008. Function of asset management, kind of working throughout a multitude of product classes, office, industrial, and multifamily as well.
In your professional capacity, do you come across appraisals and review appraisals and reports on property value, things like that?
Yeah, all the time.
Are you familiar with gauging property values on your own?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with sort of similar types of analyses like determining net operating income, cap rate, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Could you please describe the Martin?
Sure. It's a high-rise in 5th and Lenora. It's 188 units, residential. We've got some ground floor retail, a little over 4,000 square feet. Type 1 construction. It's a pretty occupied, stabilized project, built in 2013. So it's pretty stable. Average rents are somewhere around just shy of $3,000 a month. About maybe 0.4 miles from the waterfront, kind of close to Denny Triangle area.
What is the average length of tenancy?
So typically in this market across this specific property and a lot of our other properties, it's a pretty transient tenant base. Most folks' average term is somewhere between 11 and 12 months of stay. Every other year they'll probably either move out or renew. So on average, anywhere from 2 to 3 years term max, probably.
And you mentioned it was built in 2013. When did you begin leasing out the property?
What do you mean by leasing out the property?
Providing leases for the original tenants.
So GID took over the site July of 2018. So we've been providing oversight for this property since then.
Okay.
I would have to defer to another time to answer that question. I don't have the data right now.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Turning now to the pre-lid value of the property, did anyone from the city ever request information from you about the Martin prior to the proposed final assessment?
No.
Are you aware of anyone at GID who was approached by the city requesting information?
No.
Were you or anyone else to your knowledge at GID asked to provide feedback on the preliminary assessment?
Nope.
To your knowledge, did the city ever request site access to the property for purposes of preparing the final benefit study?
Nope.
Have you had a chance to review the pre-improvement value of your property by the city?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your professional background and experience, and then your familiarity with this property in particular, do you believe that the property was accurately valued?
No, I think the values are pretty high compared to what the market is. I can expand on more detail if this is the right time for that.
Please.
So the Martin, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was pre-assessed value is $126,396,000. So right now, over the last year and a half, high-rises in Seattle have traded for a standard kind of cap rate, trailing 3 months of trailing 12-month NOI, typically around 4 to 4.25%. So taking our actual operating financials from this building on a T12 or T3 income over T12 expense trailing actuals, that cap rate comes out to be somewhere around 3.4%, which is kind of unheard of for anyone acquiring assets anytime, I think, in the near term of the cycle of the last few years. Generically, again, all of the recent trades in the last year or so have been kind of in the 4.25 range. So the value that was assessed here is very high. I don't know anyone that would buy it at that current value.
Would you say that the waterfront lit improvements are necessary to the functionality of the Martin?
No. Martin's physical location is about a block away from the Amazon spheres and a slew of their high-rise towers. That first and foremost is what drives a lot of our value of our buildings, local employment, and certainly everyone's aware of the rise of the tech job market right now, not just Amazon, but Facebook and a whole slew of other companies. I would say the proximity to that and kind of everything kind of towards the South Lake Union area is what kind of drives up value. So to kind of answer your question, no, I don't think what you asked will help with value here at Martin.
And similar to that then, if the proximity to those employment centers is driving a value, would you say that is also driving your tenants' decisions to rent at the Martin versus other locations?
Absolutely. I mean, literally, all the tech employees of Amazon can walk a whole block from their office to our tower here. And so that is absolutely driving up some of the value here over in this cycle of the market. Proximity to jobs at Amazon, and again, a whole slew of other companies in and around this area.
So it sounds like GID recently acquired the property. When making those decisions, was there any factor about the property's location to the waterfront, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Were those discussions more along the lines of what you were just saying, its location relative to major employment centers, that sort of thing?
I wasn't involved with the acquisition process, but I would imagine so.
Okay. Could you please describe the Martin's access to the waterfront?
Sure. It's located on Lenore and Fifth. It's roughly, I think, around a little less than a half mile to the waterfront, kind of straight shot down Lenora. Obviously, it's a few kind of obstacles before you get to the water, but yeah.
Would you describe it as the waterfront access being an amenity of the Martin?
No.
No, okay. So in other words, the proximity between the Martin and the waterfront, is it just that it's too distant for it to really be a part of the amenities of the Martin?
Yeah, I mean, it's, for example, when a tenant comes to lease, they tour the site, we show them the introduction of all the great amenities on site, obviously pointing out the local employers, local restaurants in and around Denny Triangle, around the area. They might point out Pike's Place as kind of a distant, attraction, but that will not drive or compel somebody to pay more rent to live at this property compared to another.
Do you see any immediate benefits to the Martin of the proposed improvements, either the park along the waterfront or the pedestrian connections or the street improvements? Do any of those have a material impact on the Martin, in your opinion?
I don't think so.
So you said before you're calling in from San Francisco. Are you familiar with I'm sorry, I'm going to pronounce the park wrong. Embarcadero?
Yeah, Embarcadero.
Embarcadero? Okay.
I was born and raised in the city, been here my whole life, so I am quite aware of that area, yeah.
If we could turn to Exhibit 3 in the record, is the Macaulay study. And I bring that up to emphasize, not to quote from it, but that Macaulay uses in this study a comparison to that park as a sort of similar waterfront improvements. There's a lot of similarities that he notes, viaduct being removed, development along the waterfront. And I was just wondering, considering your experience with the area and your experience and knowledge with this project and this property, do you feel that's an apt comparison to the Seattle waterfront project?
You know, I think the physical similarities are there. You had like this double-decker freeway that, you know, more or less partially fell down in '89 to moment before you had an earthquake. Which triggered this kind of motion towards this dismantling of this whole area. I think physically there's a similarity there, right? Obviously the viaduct got taken down. But I think in terms of value impact, there was a huge transformation in San Francisco immediately at the location where the freeway ran. You know, physically, once a freeway was removed, allowed the ability for kind of potential upzoning, different change of use. So you had, you know, valuation impact if you were to redevelop in that immediate area. Kind of transitioning over to Seattle, I'm not sure that translates the same since a lot of the area is already built out. With respect to where Martin's location is, you know, I don't think it changes anything because, again, this building is relatively new. It's 2013 build, type 1 construction. The zoning doesn't change. I won't be tearing down this building anytime soon to rebuild something else. I think residential right now is still highest best use. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. And I would note that the viaduct here coming down was part of an independent project and not part of the LID project. And that, to your point, I believe the Macaulay study does say the benefits extend out about a block or two. And with your familiarity of the building, it sounds like the Martin's a bit further away from the waterfront than a block or two. Yeah. Would will the Martin have increased improvements to views, view corridors, you know, views of the sound, anything like that as a consequence of the LID project?
No, I don't think so. It's probably too far.
Okay. Do you anticipate realizing any gains in property value or the ability to increase your rent now due to the anticipated improvements 5 years down the road?
No, not at all. I mean, the improvement won't be coming on for 5 years. I would find it hard to believe tenants are coming in, you know, commenting on a improvement that's 5 years to come to pay higher rent now or anytime in the next 5 years.
Well,
and just to conclude, you know, rent is the driving source of our evaluations here.
and what would happen if, in order to make up the cost of the assessment in the next 5 years, you were to increase your rent sort of at a comparable rate? How would that impact GID?
Say that one more time.
So if you were to increase your rent to make up for the assessments levied, but sounds like the demand wouldn't be there necessarily since the improvements wouldn't be constructed yet. I'm wondering how that situation would impact GID's management of the property.
That's a great question. You're asking me to do some math on the spot here.
I mean, you can speak generally about, you don't have to put numbers on it.
I'll need to attempt this math here. So with the, let's see, the assessment fee is about $197,000 on a per annum over 18 years is about 10.9K. So on a valuation impact, and again, I think more recent trades have been around the kind of like a 4% cap rate roughly, maybe a little higher, but just for the sake of easy math here, if I cap that at 4, you know, that's a valuation reduction of Martin at roughly $274,000, right? So if, again, I apologize for the slight delay while I attempt to do some math, $274,000, we have 188 units. It's 100. Give me 1 second. That's not right. Give me 2 more minutes. Right. Hold on here. Okay. So, okay, here we go. Sorry for the lag here. So, net, again, $274,000 impact. We would, and again, we don't think that the improvements of the waterfront waterfront here would directly push up rents. So to offset the annual costs for the assessment, we would have to push rents up magically about $58 per unit per year. I think that math is right. Yeah.
Do you think those are competitive rates?
To magically push rent $60.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's, I don't know how to answer that question, but you know, it'll be hard just to randomly push up rent $60 and magically think everyone would pay that for no changes outside of the waterfront.
Yeah, and I guess my question is, if you did have to increase those rental rates without a similar demand for those properties due to the improvements, would that make renting those units more difficult?
Yeah.
Do you anticipate any detriment to the Martin, either in property value or other negative impacts due to the LID construction over the next 5 years?
We'll be potentially charged this annual portion of assessment. So again, to evaluation of the building, we would receive that negative reduction of value of $274,000.
And I'm getting at
that, you know, I think as part of the plan here, a lot of the parking will be eliminated, and so I would presume that, you know, this is I would presume this is kind of an indirect correlation of our tenants. You know, the ingress egress out of the building around the area, there'd be a little bit more traffic during certain parts of the time because of elimination of parking in the area. So that translates to a negative, but it's hard to quantify that.
Sure, and that's more what I was getting at, more sort of those physical externalities around, you know, parking, building access, noise, anything like that. I realize it sounds like the Martin is relatively far from the improvements, but you know, if there were any sort of cascading effects around congestion or anything like that due to the construction, if they would impact the building at all.
Yeah, construction would be relatively far away, so I don't think so on that end. But how many parking spots are being removed in totality?
I believe 450, but I don't know off the top of my head. But.
So, I don't know, again, it's hard to quantify, but anecdotally speaking here, if you remove 450 parking spaces kind of around the waterfront, you'd have, I guess, more people kind of circling around, adding to the congestion in the area. So that'd be kind of, again, kind of a negative.
What is the impact to GID if you're unable to realize any gains from the improvements for at least the next 5 years, as we've discussed? Because it doesn't sound like you'll be able to increase rent, and yet at the same time are being assessed these assessments from the city for those improvements under the hypothetical that they were constructed already. How would that impact GID and GID's bottom line?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, it's a reduction in value of this asset's value, about $274,000. On an annual basis, you're talking about, cash flow a little less to the property of almost $11,000 per year. So those would be negative impacts.
Do you think you would have to make up those costs somewhere else? For example, push them onto retail tenants, that sort of thing?
No, the retail tenants operate in a whole different kind of isolated portion. I wouldn't be able to pass this on to tenants. It would be a net decrease of profit to our company directly. This is not something I could pass on to tenants, whether residential or retail.
If GID were having to take on that cost, at least during the 5-year period.
Actually, let me correct myself there. So Martin currently has a long-term retail tenant who I hope is going to be there for some more time. It's a restaurant. To fully answer your question, we would not be able to pass through this expense to our residential tenants. However, if the restaurant leaves and we get a new tenant, potentially they can pay some small allocation of that assessment over time. But it would be very, very small and immaterial, as most of the square footage of this building is all residential. Just sorry, just a small nuance to answer your question a little bit more fully.
No, thank you for that. And if you were to re-let the retail space there, approximately how much does that cost? Is that a net increase in cost to have to re-let a retail space? Tenant
improvements, leasing commissions, absolutely. So let's say if hypothetically the waterfront is an amazing, a beautification project. As a result, some really nice Mexican restaurants, which is what we have right now, gets tenanted along the waterfront. That kind of drives the appeal towards waterfront for this type of restaurant use, and they go out of business, or our tenant decides to relocate over there and leave us. Cross my fingers that doesn't happen. There's a lot of downtime that happens while we try to remarket the space. So anywhere from 8-9 months downtime, easy to then we probably have to kind of clean it up, spend some amount of landlord capital. The new tenant comes in, we have to pay a leasing broker a certain amount of money to kind of lock in the new tenant. In addition, that would usually come along with some type of landlord provided capital towards kind of building out their space as they plan it. So yes, there is certainly a re-tenanting cost if that were to happen.
You sort of hinted at the possibility that the retail space might suffer a loss or perhaps even have to be might either have to move or be drawn away from the Martin towards the new improvements due to increased competition. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit more about that.
Sure, and these are kind of hypotheticals, right? So Waterfront improves, let's say if one of the local parcels redevelops adjacent to it, or an existing office building with ground floor retail improves the area where, better foot traffic, proves out the case for a nice restaurant like what we have to be sourced there. It provides more competition for, one, the patrons of our existing restaurant, or two, provides an option for our restaurant owner to relocate to as well. Both are not, positives for our project here. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah, I was just wondering about the impact on your retail tenant that the waterfront improvements would have.
Yeah, I would say it certainly wouldn't be positive. It would be neutral to negative because we aren't exactly close to the waterfront. The center of gravity for nice new restaurants that get phased in Seattle is towards the waterfront, then you can see how, some of those patrons of that restaurant would get drawn towards that area, so that would be in a negative. Best case, it would be neutral to no change.
So what is the impact? Oh, I'm sorry, I think I actually already asked that. What will your property benefit from the supposed increase in tourism due to the waterfront improvements?
I don't think tourism will have any positive benefits to our building. I mentioned earlier in this, I want to call it a conversation, earlier in our dialogue here, one of the main drivers of why our tenants come to tour Martin, and certainly the high rises adjacent to it, is job relocations, new job, along that path of not so much of tourism. It's not a driver of growth for residential here, where Martin is located.
It sounds like the driver for residential is more employment-based, as we were discussing.
Yeah, employment-based. I would argue that, any kind of immediate adjacency to leisure activities would be helpful. I would say the Whole Foods a few blocks northeast is a big draw. Kind of restaurants, retail in an immediate, call it 1 to 2 to 3 block radius is also positive. But primary driver is probably going to be jobs.
And with respect to leisure activities, Ben Scott was testifying earlier about the presence of, I forget the name of it, I think Urban Triangle or something like that.
Penny Triangle?
Yeah, a park that sort of serves the area that the Martin is located in.
Oh, yeah.
My question is, are you familiar with a park that's closer to the Martin, sort of in the neighborhood, that operates as sort of the center of gravity for park amenities for tenants there?
Yeah, I don't know the immediate. So we do have some pet owners in our building, pretty good penetration. Within our building itself, we have a pretty cool, fancy outdoor pet relief area. So it's already built into the site, into our building. In the media area, there's a park just kind of slightly north of where the site is. That's relatively walkable. When we developed, and just kind of northeast of this, when we developed the Stratus building, which I think we'll get to later in our discussion here, we built out a park for the city, gifted it to the city. It's a pretty cool playground. I would imagine a lot of people utilize that since it's only a short distance from Martin here. and literally outside of Stratus and Sirius. So those are kind of like cool centers of gravity, kind of using your lingo there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And so I want to get back briefly to the discussion we were having before about how sort of GID would react to both having assessments levied on it as though under the hypothetical that the improvements are there now, yet because they're not actually there, not able to increase rent. And I was wondering if, it sounds like the testimony before was essentially that GID would take a financial hit from that because you're not actually able to just increase rents without there being the completed improvements. My question is, once the improvements are completed, say in 5 years from now, what will GID have to do to sort of make up that gap?
What would we have to do to make up that gap? So, to what I took a long time to calculate earlier, to break even, if you will, we have to raise rents. Again, that'd be hard to do if holding all else constant, right? It'd be a hit to our bottom line. I don't know. It's hard to answer your question. I mean, there's not much we could do. If the end result is an assessed fee that we must pay, then it's a hit to our business there.
And I guess to put my question another way, if you weren't actually able to increase rents in the next 5 years because there's no demand there because the improvements aren't there, but then after the improvements are completed, let's say there is a bit more of a demand because the improvements are there, I'm wondering if, even if you were able to raise rents after the 5 years because of the improvements being there, if you would still sort of be in a hole because you went 5 years being assessed without being able to raise rents, if that's accurate.
Sure, that'd be accurate. You're paying the annual fee every year for the 5 years. And then again, that's a hypothetical that the improvements help demand at my building, which drives up rents. Again, I don't agree with that.
Right, so I guess it seems as though my question assumes that you would be able to increase rents based on the improvements, but is it your testimony that that's not necessarily the case?
Correct.
Will, apart from an analysis on the rental rate, will in your opinion, will the waterfront amenities or the improvements to the street, would they impact the fair market value of the property at all?
Not as a direct, immediate result, and certainly not a benefit. Arguably, the other way, if you're improving the area, you're, and especially, and again, I don't know if taking down that the viaduct is part of this discussion, but assuming, once that's removed and there's beautification along this pathway, you could argue that, you would allow potential better uses for additional resi along the waterfront, right? So I could see that, developers would be somewhat attracted to, adding more residential use buildings, i.e. building more apartments along the waterfront, which would be, you're adding supply to a market that's already pretty saturated with supply coming online in the pipeline over the next few years. That would not be good for my rents. That would be the reverse opposite, right?
Yeah, and it sounds like you were saying that a lot of that benefit comes from the viaduct removal.
Viaduct removal, and then if there is any kind of upzoning opportunities that allows or allowance of developers to change the use of certain parcels for residential construction, that would not have a positive benefit for the value of my building or rent in the area.
So it sounds like what you're saying is factors besides what's in the LID project are what would increase value, right? Because the viaduct's not part of the project, the upzoning, these other factors would lead to a more valuable property rather than the improvements.
Yeah, I'm saying that all of that leads to more appreciation and value for the immediate parcels along that path, but to respect of where Martin exists, it would be negative. Because you create a potential of adding supply to a market, again, that has a pretty big pipeline of apartments coming online in the next year to two.
So are you making the point that would put your property at a competitive disadvantage?
Yes, assuming that, this leads to more supply coming online in the near future along the waterfront, which, you could argue that could be the case.
If there were then more supply along the waterfront and closer to the improvements, what impact would that have on the Martin's average rent, do you think?
Holding all else constant, it'll put a struggle on downward pressure. You're adding supply to a market. It'll be a downward pressure on rents.
What about the cap rate?
That I don't think it'll have probably any effect on the cap rates.
Okay.
I don't think that impacts capital flows into this market.
All right. Last question for Martin then. Given all of that, do you see a special benefit for the Martin due to the LID project?
Not directly.
Nothing further on that.
Hi, Mr. Lee.
Hi.
Just have a few follow-up questions for you. On direct examination, you stated that when you review the actual financials for the Martin, the cap rate is lower than what would be assumed as part of the value that's been assessed in the study. Is that right?
Oh, the reverse.
The reverse.
Yeah. So just to kind of repeat that so it's clear, what I said there was that the assessed value as part of this, I'm probably using this word wrong, but study, the $126,396,000, using our actual performance operating financials of the building, it concludes to roughly a 3.4% cap rate. In the market right now, what we're seeing from recent trades over the last year and a half, for kind of high rises, it's typically around like a 4% mark, somewhere between that to like 4.25. The conclusion, what I was trying to get to was that the assessed value from this LID study, and again, I apologize if I'm using the wrong terminology here, but it's really high compared to what this project would probably trade for today.
Okay, so maybe I'm confused. You mentioned the actual financials, and I'm assuming, calculating the net operating income for the property and looking at that, applying a cap rate, and then coming to a value for basically the income value approach to property, right? Where
Yeah.
you've calculated on your end what you would anticipate a buyer would be willing to buy the Martin at today. Is that right?
Sure.
And that calculation results in a value, a before value that's less than what's been assessed in the ABS study. Is that right?
That would be correct, yeah.
Did you or anyone at the Martin provide that actual financial information to the city?
No.
And you stated earlier that the city didn't request information about the Martin, but again, did you independently offer the city any specific information about the Martin property as part of the assessment process?
To my knowledge, I haven't offered, and there's one other contact at GID that was involved with this process, and I don't think to my knowledge, he did not proactively offer that.
And has the Martin engaged an appraiser to perform an individual appraisal of the Martin property recently?
Yes.
Have you submitted that appraisal information as part of your objection in this proceeding?
I have not.
Do you plan to?
What was that? Is that a requirement? I am not aware.
My question is just because your objection is, part of your objection is that the before value that's been assessed to the Martin in the study is higher than it should be. My question is, what's the basis for that? And if it's that you've obtained a professional appraiser to appraise the property, whether that information is going to be made part of this proceeding or not.
So we do have a third-party appraised value that is certainly lower than the number that we're talking about here. I'm not sure how to answer that because that third-party appraisal value is created for our internal purposes, and we mark to market most of our properties on a quarterly basis, just due to our kind of account structure here. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to your question if we are able to furnish that specific appraisal.
Okay, so it sounds like as part of the Martin's internal processes, you have periodic appraisals done so that you have an understanding of the value of the property. Is that right?
That's correct, every quarter.
Every quarter. So it's not something that was prepared specifically in relation to this proceeding?
Not at all.
Okay. You also, earlier you did some calculations of the increase in rent that you would need to apply across the 188 residential units. Is that right?
Correct.
So I wanted to get a sense of what other type of income the building has aside from residential rent. You mentioned that there was a restaurant tenant. Are there any other commercial tenants in the building?
So primarily, most to all of the income from the building is derived from residential use. The retail is only the retail use is a pretty small percentage of the total income from the building. For the 188 units that we rent out, there are typically a number of units that are rented out to businesses for kind of corporate housing, right? So you have like an Amazon across the street and a number of different companies that have, executive relocations, intern stays, kind of shorter term nature. And so we do have a small percentage typically that would be directly leased to a business, but for residential purposes. I don't know the exact number of that business off the top of my head, but we typically cap that at 5%. So no more than 5% throughout the year will we have, direct leases to a business for residential use. But the primary driver of this operations here at the Martin is residential.
And so how many commercial tenants do you have?
I can look it up, but it might take a few minutes. Do you mind?
Can you just give me an estimate? It's more than one.
More than 5% of the 188 units.
Oh.
ever. We have a threshold that we never cross, or we try to.
Sorry, what I mean by commercial tenants is not like the corporate units that you're talking about, but actual like retail in the building?
Oh, okay, we have one restaurant on the ground floor.
Okay, and you also have parking in the building?
That's correct.
And is that parking available to tenants as part of their rent, or do they pay a premium to park in the building?
That is a great question. I believe, to my knowledge, they pay a premium per month.
And is that?
We have pretty limited parking at Martin, so I think some of our studios, I think to the best of my knowledge, I think certain units come with like one slot, one parking stall for like 1 bedrooms and 2s. I don't think studios come with one, and then if you wanted to, you could rent as an additional fee for additional parking.
And is parking also available to the public at the building, or is it just residential parking?
Great question. As of today, we do not have parking to the public on a kind of a transient basis, no. It's all internal to our rent roll.
So earlier, your calculation about how much you would need to raise rent on the residential units in order to make up for the assessment, the proposed assessment in this case, that was a calculation that assumed the only place that you could increase rent or income, for lack of a better word, was through the 188 units and didn't include the commercial tenant or parking income. Is that right?
That would be correct. That would be correct. So the retail tenant is locked in for a term of their lease, so I wouldn't be able to do anything there. You could, the parking that we have is month to month by nature, so technically we could offset some of that there, but it would be, yeah, it's not a quick calc that I could produce. But to answer your question, no, I did not include the parking.
And do you know off the top of your head when that commercial lease term ends?
No, I'm a bit embarrassed, but no, I don't.
Do you have a?
Again, I could look it up because I've got my computer here. If you'd like that.
Do you have an estimate of 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
I can look it up. You might. I can open up a file.
Mr. Lee, it's actually best that you not be jumping in and looking at stuff on your computer. We're in a live hearing with recording, and
Okay.
so you really need to be acting as if you're a witness in a courtroom and not doing independent research, or you could have questions about what you're looking at, and we have to try to get it submitted to the record and that kind of thing. So it's, if you can just operate from your memory and what you know, that's perfectly acceptable. I appreciate the effort you're willing to put in, though.
Okay, understood.
So just to repeat here, your testimony is that you can't recall at this time what the term of the lease is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
And redirect.
None.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. The objectors would like to next turn to the Suris building, which is cause number CWF 0412.
And counsel, if you'd like, you can just read the end of the case numbers. You don't have to do CWF zeros and all that, just
All right.
412, and that's, I'm using just the, yeah, we know what comes before that. And if you do, that's fine. But, you know, on my end, it's easier. It just,
All we can do to cut down on repetition here,
Right.
the better, so thank you. Okay, Mr. Lee, thank you. So we're moving on to the Suris. Could you please describe that property?
Ceres is another high-rise. It's on 8th and Lenora, Denny Triangle area. It's a type 1 construction. It's more recent built than Martin. It's 215 build. It's got some ground floor retail. We've got a restaurant on the ground floor and I think a juice shop. So two retail tenants down there. A total of 355 residential tenants. Primarily it's a residential building. Average rents here are a little bit higher than $3,000 a month.
You mentioned type 1 construction here and also at the Martin. Would you mind explaining what that means?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's concrete frame, reinforced concrete.
Okay. So it has to do with the materials used?
Correct. Yeah, as opposed to like timber, wood.
I see. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then just to confirm again, does GID also own the Cirrus?
Correct.
Okay. When did it purchase the building?
I don't know exactly when the parcel of land was purchased, but we have an in-house department that built this, and that was completed in 2015.
What would you say is the average length of lease at the Cirrus?
Pretty similar to Martin, 2 to 3 years tops. A lot of, given that it's literally across the street from, a few of these Amazon towers, some of the employees are a little bit more transient, especially, there has been kind of a relocation of their worldwide operations to department to Bellevue. So we've had, quite a few move-outs since that was announced sometime last year, but pretty transient nature, I would say.
And does it sounds like then the primary cause of tenants moving in and out of your building are workplace related?
Yeah, probably relocation for jobs, home purchases, typically.
Any indication that proximity to the waterfront or its future improvements have anything to do with tenancy?
No, not positive nor negative.
And what's the occupancy rate?
Right now, as of today, I don't know, but generally we're pretty stabilized at around 95%.
Okay. And you mentioned 2 retail tenants. Do you know what those are specifically?
Yeah, one restaurant, kind of cafe restaurant, and one juice shop.
And approximately how far is the Cirrus from the waterfront?
It's under a mile. I don't have the specific distance. Maybe in half a mile, something like that. It's a few more blocks more than Martin.
It's further away from the Martin than
That's correct.
to the waterfront, you guys saying? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
What, in your opinion, is the major neighborhood draw of the Cirrus?
Probably be Amazon. The Spheres are also a block or 2 away, along with their towers. You got the cool Amazon store downstairs, across the street. So employment is definitely a huge driving factor here. In addition to Amazon, you've got a lot of other tech companies as well that's driving up a lot of the kind of growth of rents and certainly the draw to this area. And outside of that, I would say there's a Whole Foods there that's like 2 or 3 blocks north of here in Denny Triangle. That seems to be a great popular thing that we point out. The building itself has fantastic amenities. An in-house gym and a bunch of rooftop deck and a number of other things. As part of the original construction, that is absolutely a draw. The ground floor retail is great, and the ground floor retail across the street at Stratus, which we'll talk about next, it's also a nice draw because it's got Starbucks there, Princey kind of concept. There's also a restaurant, as I mentioned, at the bottom floor of Cirrus. Got a gym. few other kind of things in and around the area too, for kind of retail, restaurants. But everything kind of more localized is a good draw.
What is the purpose of creating so many amenities within the building or nearby the building?
Jake, it's because everyone else is doing it.
Okay.
Sorry, it's my intent to be funny, but yeah, I think it's you build a brand new high-rise in Seattle, anywhere in the kind of urban core, and it's expected to have all of these amenities because your competition has it, right? Whether it's kind of rooftop deck where you have barbecues and internal gyms that allow your residents to be on site, pet relief areas, dock wash stations, yoga rooms, and it kind of runs the gamut. But every building to try to keep up with the competition or set itself apart to attract new tenancy, right? Is compelled to include a lot of these amenities.
Is the desired effect of those sort of enclosed amenities to create a more localized space where your tenants have access to a variety of amenities like sort of cafes, restaurants,
Objection,
pet areas?
leading.
Withdrawn.
Sustained.
Could you please describe the purpose behind including so many localized amenities?
To draw a tendency to rent on our building. Yeah, and again, to compete better with existing product that's already built.
And what is the effect of having put in those amenities?
One would hope higher rents.
For the Cirrus, did the city ever request information from you, or to your knowledge, anyone at GID, about the proposed final assessment?
To my knowledge, no.
And were you ever asked to provide feedback on the preliminary assessment, or to your knowledge, anyone at GID?
No.
And did anyone from the city request site access from you, or to your knowledge, anyone at GID for the property for the purpose of preparing the final benefit summary?
No.
Have you had a chance to review the pre-lid completion value of the Cirrus offered by the city?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the answer?
Yes.
Yes, okay. In your professional background and experience, do you feel that was an accurate valuation?
No.
Could you please explain why?
Can I relate back to what was previously discussed for Martin, or is it a whole new discussion?
You
It's,
can relate back, yes.
you
This
can,
is all, your whole presentation is a single hearing. I appreciate you
Yeah.
segmenting it for organization purposes, but you don't have to pretend it didn't happen.
okay, thank you, appreciate that. You are able to refer back to comments you made.
Great. So I don't have to repeat
Correct.
it's the same thought process, right? Utilizing the same methodology here, if I were to take, again, and I analyzed this two ways. One was taking trailing 3 months of income over trailing 12 months of operating expenses, method one, and then method two, I also looked at just trailing 12 months of actuals, calculating that net operating income, dividing that by the assessed value here for the LAD. It comes to a very low cap rate to which you wouldn't probably find that trading in the market based on recent sale comps of similar types of structures or buildings. Again, recent trades of somewhere between 4% to 4.25% cap rates. Using our actual financials here on net operating income, dividing that by the LID assessed values, you're talking about somewhere between 3.3 to 3.5%, which again is much lower than your kind of standard market rate right now for cap rates. So I find that the assessed value is relatively much higher than what this building would be typically valued at today or would trade at if it were be positioned for sale.
Is the Suris, or I'm sorry, is the Suris able to take more advantage of its proximity to the streetscape improvements or the waterfront improvements than the Martin?
No, for the similar argument as before, it's even further away, so no.
So then, is it your testimony that the effect on rents would be similar, if not more difficult given its proximity?
Yeah, I would argue the same. You know, at best, again, it's neutral to no effect. At worst, once this project is complete in 5 years, you know, new supply for residential would be built along the waterfront, thereby providing more supply to the market and providing downward pressure on our rents here. So somewhere between that range of neutral to negative on our rents.
And you mentioned before that the average term of lease is approximately 2 to 3 years. And so once new supply comes to the market, what would you expect would happen to your occupancy rates given you might have lease terms for a year or two?
You know, typically the tendency that's in place right now, materially, I would say most of those folks would have cycled onto the next project already, so no impact there. You know, it's always kind of, I'm trying to answer your question, but you know, typically it's a balance between rents and occupancy, right? And so if you're saying that potentially there is new supply, again, holding all else constant, being built, you know, your rents would go down, or your occupancy will go down if you held your rents flat. But otherwise, it would be a negative impact to my operating profits and loss.
And given that result, can you comment on how the improvements impacts the property sort of comprehensively? Would you say it's a net positive or a net negative to the building?
Neutral, nothing, no effect. I think it's too far away.
Okay. And do you mean it's a neutral effect right now?
Yeah, there's no effect. Well, what I mean by neutral is there's no effect.
Okay. What about in 5 years, assuming the improvements are complete? How would you classify the impact of the improvements then?
To this project?
Yeah.
Same. There'd be no impact. However, you know, worst case is developers decide to build, you know, residential towers, increasing supply along the waterfront would put downward pressure on my rents here. So, holding all else constant, it would not be good.
Do you see any aspect of the LID project that would be a net positive for the building?
No, it's pretty far away.
Similar to the Martin, but considering that there's the potential that you will be assessed right now for improvements that don't come online for another 5 years, would you be able to make up that difference now by raising rents at the Suris?
The same methodology as we talked about before. Yeah, we would have to raise rents to offset that operating expense increase due to the assessment.
And how would that impact the competitiveness?
Or parking to fully answer it, yes.
And how would that impact the competitiveness of the Suris relative to similar buildings in the area?
Well, I mean, we couldn't arbitrarily just raise our rents $50, $60 because, you know, we hinge upon our competitors in terms of what they're charging for the product that you offer your renters. And so if I arbitrarily just raise rents $60, $70, you would probably find potentially tenants not renting out our building. And so, you know, our occupancies would probably fall a little bit.
And when, okay, thank you. In your opinion, would the ground floor retail tenants derive any benefit from the street improvements?
No.
Why not?
No. Similar to the argument at first, you know, we have a restaurant here. If a similar, you know, if a new building were to pop up with ground floor retail next to the waterfront, you know, that charge relatively similar rents, it provides our current tenant an option to relocate. So at time of expiration, you know, it gives them an option to leave. So that wouldn't be good for all the reasons that we discussed earlier from Martin. You know, re-tenanting costs to build out new space, downtime to find a tenant, paying a broker to fill the space would all be costs to our business. But in the more near term, you know, although near term is not really accurate because it's going to take 5 years anyway. But assuming we're 5 years ahead now, you know, the build out is complete and there's new retail along there that competes with this restaurant, then you could argue that, you know, it decreases draw away from this specific restaurant, which would probably be hurtful for that business owner.
Do you know approximately how much of GID's profit or revenue from this building comes from the retail tenants?
Again, pretty marginal. This is primarily residential, so I don't know off the top of my head that percentage, but it would be pretty marginal compared to the rest of the residential here.
And last question here. Is there any relationship in your professional view between improvements down on the waterfront and your tenant and the demand for apartment dwelling units at the service?
No, probably no. Yeah, I don't think so. Unless here's an hypothetical. If you argue that, you know, the improvements along the waterfronts create jobs, and those jobs would be, you know, would have to be pretty high-paying jobs. So our average rents here is, you know, like $30.25 to $30.50 a month, and that's kind of like the mean average. So it goes up from there if you're talking about 2 bedrooms. Our typical credit check process is 2.5 times rent up to, I think it's either 2.5 times to 3. So, you know, just for simple math, 3 times. So someone would need to make $9,000 a month to live here. And so it would be, to fit that argument that the waterfront improvement project would help our tenant demand, it would have to provide for, you know, a plethora of new jobs that would have an average annual income of, you know, call it, you know, $100,000 or more, and that's for, again, kind of like the mean average of our rents here, and certainly the 2 bedrooms go up from there. 2 bedrooms are roughly, you know, like $4,500 or so. So 3 times that would be the kind of like credit, you know, minimal amount of salary you would need to have in order to qualify to live here. So so a lot of hypotheticals, but you know, I don't know if that's where this is headed towards. but it would require, high-paying jobs, the growth of that, in order to increase demand for our building here, or to have a positive impact.
Okay.
Sorry, kind of roundabout answer to your question.
No, that's fine. And to button it up, is it your testimony then that it's the waterfront improvements would have to create a new job center versus a tourism market, essentially?
A high-paying job center, correct.
Thank you. Nothing further on direct.
Ms. Thompson?
So similar to your testimony about the Martin Apartments, you testified that you looked at the actual financial information for the Cirrus Apartments and did some calculations to determine, based on net operating income, whether the proposed pre-lid assessment value was high or low based on the actual financial information. Is that correct?
Correct. The implied cap rate based on the LID assessed value is much lower than what the market would typically trade at. So concluding the fact that it's assessed at a much higher value than what the market would trade today for this project.
And you're drawing conclusions about what the market would trade based on the actual financial information that the Cirrus apartment has?
Yes, based off of the trailing financials of net operating income over the last 3 to 12 months, and then also utilizing an average cap rate to which we've seen in the market for similar types of projects.
And did you or anyone at GID provide that financial information to the city?
To my knowledge, I certainly did not.
And you also testified that in response to the proposed assessment, you wouldn't just be able to raise your apartment rents because you have to remain competitive with apartment buildings in the area. Is that correct?
Correct.
So,
well, to better answer your question, we couldn't, but if we did, our price to value to which a tenant would ascribe living at our building wouldn't be as attractive as such. They may choose other competitive buildings to live at, and thus our occupancy would decrease a little bit. Assuming that we were again raising the price with nothing else to provide.
and you mentioned earlier that something that's driving your occupancy rates at the Cirrus is the tech employees. Is that right?
Local job growth, correct.
So would you consider your top competitors to be apartment buildings within that Denny Triangle area?
Yes.
And those buildings are also within the lid boundary, are they not?
I don't know if they all are. Some of the new supply coming online is, I think slightly north. But some are, correct.
So for the apartment buildings that are your competitors that are also in the lid boundary, they will also be having to deal with an assessment. And so would that change your opinion about whether you'd be able to raise rents at the Cirrus?
No, you would have to get all of the landlords together and I guess collectively increase rents at the same rate, but that would be collusion, I presume. So that's not good. So no, to answer your question.
So you anticipate that apartments in the area will absorb the cost of the assessment and not increase rents?
Yeah, I mean, you're now providing, so take it from a context of a new renter. You're coming in and, just because I, as the owner of Cirrus, is incurring a new cost, it's hard to justify, increasing your rents, call it $50, $60 for the year, but not providing anything that's different. So yeah, so I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Well, I mean, don't apartment owners have to do that all the time with new property taxes?
Correct, the operating expenses increase, yep.
No further questions?
Any redirect?
Just one. If you're having to increase your rent, I'm sorry. If you're having to increase your rent in order to make up for the assessment, no, I'm sorry, the question's too complicated in my mind. No redirect.
Okay.
Sorry.
Because, can I add one bullet? I think it's relevant to, the question that's being asked right now is.
Mr. Lee, I'm sorry. Mr. Lee, I'm sorry. This is
relationship
Mr. Lee.
between.
Mr. Lee.
I'm sorry.
Um,
That's against the rules now.
Yeah, you're not allowed to just comment. If there's a question for you,
okay,
you can
okay.
respond to it. Otherwise, there's not that opportunity.
I apologize.
Not a bit. All right. Are we gonna proceed with Mr. Lee? Is she finished, or who's your next witness?
We have one more with Mr. Lee.
Okay.
And then we'll be finished with all the GID properties.
Okay.
And so we can sort of power through the 3 o'clock. I know we usually break at 3.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Between 3 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on where we are with witnesses. Mr. Lee's here. I'd say let's just do it. At least he can be free.
Yep, sounds good. All right, the objectors like to raise appeal or reopen appeals 0410 and 0411 with regard to the Stratus building. Mr. Lee, does GID also own the Stratus building?
That's correct.
And could you please describe the Stratus building?
Stratus building is across the street from the Cirrus building. It's 396 units, high-rise. It's got ground floor retail, a little bit more than Cirrus, a little bit more than double, so 9,200 square feet of retail. What else? It's on 9th and Lenora. It's a little bit newer than Cirrus. It's pretty recently built, 2018. Average rents are a little bit higher than Cirrus. On average, about $3,400 a month. And it's roughly equivalent distance to the waterfront from Cirrus because it's across the street.
And what is the average term of lease at Stratus?
I mean, this was literally just built recently in 2018. So far, the longest term tenants been there for 2 years, roughly, year and a half, 2 years. But the turnover ratio is would be pretty similar to Cirrus and Market. So relatively the same term length. If we were to hypothesize, if we're out 2 or 3 years, kind of looking back, pretty similar to Cirrus, I would imagine.
And do you have a sense of the occupancy rate at Stratus?
We hit stabilization last year. It's been trending around 94, 95%.
So is it your view that this is a very similar operation as Cirrus then? So with
Yep.
similar statistics?
Very, very similar. Tenant profile very similar. The rents are a little bit higher. Nicer. Some of the finishes are just a little bit nicer. The amenities are a little nicer as well. Everything is a little bit nicer.
Does it also have
Generally same tenant demographic, more or less.
and what are those tenant demographics?
High proportion of tech employees in and around the area. Certainly a big exposure to Amazon since it's just across the street.
Okay. And does it also have ground floor retail?
It does, yeah.
What are those tenants?
You have some like kind of retail cafe. There is a gym as well, and then the newest tenant is Stretch 22. It's kind of like this cool upscale stretch. I'm not sure how to describe it. I've never personally attended a session, but it, you know, kind of yeah, it's a stretch lab, if you will.
Okay. Could you comment on, maybe you have already, but clarify why the rents are a little bit higher here than at Cirrus?
Sure. Unit amenities slightly nicer. The amenities in the building are slightly nicer. You have more square footage on the rooftop deck for sure. Yeah, it's just slightly newer construction, newer project.
So I want to ask you about when, let me see if I phrase this correctly. When, in your experience, if a building like the Stratus is being levied with a municipal tax, do you find that it's typically that tax is for a particular benefit that you realize right then?
Not sure I know how to answer that question.
Let me rephrase. When you are assessed some sort of levy or tax, do you find that as a building operator or owner, you see a benefit that tax is paying for immediately? For example, improved streets or a new sewer system, something like that.
Directly, immediately, no.
Okay. When being assessed the lid assessment, in your experience, well, let me withdraw that question. Have you ever managed a property that was had a similar local improvement district type assessment to pay for a capital improvement project in the area?
Sure I have in the past, but I can't recall right now specifically.
Is there anything with regard to the Stratus that is different than the Cirrus with regard to impacts that the waterfront amenities will have on the building?
No, I think everything we discussed earlier would be relevant to Stratus.
Okay.
No material differences.
Okay. Would there be any difference in your need to raise rental rates in order to make up the cost of the assessments?
So what I wanted to volunteer earlier is now relevant to your question, so we'll discuss this here. You know, the notion of raising rents because my expenses go up typically doesn't work. For example, if my property taxes go up 10%, it doesn't mean I can immediately offset that loss with a gain by pushing my rents. It just doesn't function that way. So for example, whether it's property taxes or payroll or the LID assessment, if my expenses go up, it doesn't create an opportunity for me to push rates. Or, in other words, my renters will not pay me a higher rent just because I'm trying to offset my loss by, charging more. That relationship, I don't think exists. My rents are driven up by innate demand by, job growth in the area, immediate impacts that are positive experiences for people that live there. And again, immediate in the immediate view of blocks, whether it's like a Whole Foods that's being installed, or some cool new, something new and interesting and that's useful, that creates a positive experience for living there. That's what provides opportunities to drive rent, right? Or collectively, if all the other competition is, charging a certain amount for their product, then it's an opportunity for me to increase rents. I can't increase rents because my operating expenses go up. So to this question, I think the answer is yes. I could attempt to increase the rates, but it's not like I would break even on that annual assessment cost to my P&L.
And P&L, for the record, stands for what?
Oh, sorry, profit and loss. My net income for the year.
Okay. Thank you. And so, is it then your testimony that you don't view the LID improvements as the types of improvements you were just describing that would allow you to raise rents because it's increases the desirability of the property?
Correct. Yeah.
How do you view the LID improvements and the assessments being imposed because of them?
Well, it's a negative because it's a new annual cost to the business of this specific building. I don't think I'll see any positive benefits of it because it's pretty far away. So it would be net negative.
So, is it your testimony that it's a new cost without a tangible amenity that can allow you to raise rents?
Yeah, that's a much better way of saying what I'm attempting to say.
And have you reviewed the city's pre-lid improvement valuation of the Stratus?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the special benefit amount that the city is associated with the Stratus?
Yes.
For that amount of money, what would you expect to see what would you expect to see that would increase your tenant's desirability for the property for that kind of an assessment?
Once again, when the operating expenses go up, driven by the assessment, I can't, equivalently say I can raise rents by a certain amount to, break even from that cost. Can you rephrase your question again?
Sure. What would you expect to see from the city in return for paying an assessment at the amount that the Stratus is being assessed for the purpose of creating new amenities? What sort of things would you expect to see that would allow you to then raise rents to sort of compensate for the assessment?
Yeah, okay. Here's a great one. So outside of the physical building Stratus, we built a park that's literally outside of our building. So, if the city were to improve something that's tangible, that's available for our tenants' use immediately outside of the building, that would be a net positive, and certainly, justifiably worth it for paying some kind of fee. So hypothetically, if you could literally pick up the Stratus building and put it on the waterfront, presumably a lot of the improvements along that street, I'm not necessarily, there's streetscape improvements, general walkability is improved. So those would be tangible improvements, but that would be immediately outside my building that my tenants would be, directly impacted by. So So those kind of things would be beneficial and certainly justifiable for a fee increase. Something that is relatively close and that my tenants can utilize or experience on a kind of more daily process.
And is there any aspect of the current LID project that fits that description that you feel comfortable raising rents to because you think they will increase the desirability of the properties?
No.
Nothing further on direct.
All right. And Cross?
So I noticed that the Stratus has 2 parcel numbers. Is there a division between the 2 parcels across a building, or could you just describe how the building is situated on these 2 parcels?
It's kind of hard to describe it without the parcel map, but yeah, there are 2 parcels that this physical building or project sits on. I think we're in the process of vacating a piece of it back to the city as well, and yeah.
No further questions.
Nothing.
All right, and so was Mr. Lee.
We are.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee.
Okay, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay,
And how are we proceeding?
have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
All right, take care.
So we've concluded with the 3 GID properties, and I believe after the break, we're moving on to a new witness
Correct.
who's speaking generally.
Yes, Peter Charette will be speaking on behalf of a number of cases, and I can rattle those off for you now, or maybe.
No, I think I know which one those are. Just
Okay.
thank you. So, Mr. Charette, is he going to be with us for the remainder of the day then?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll return and get started at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we return to the record with objector's next witness. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Peter K. Charette, S-H-O-R-E-T-T.
I know you've appeared on behalf of other objectors, but I'll swear you in for this portion of the ceremony. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide today in this hearing will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Charette will be testifying on behalf of a number of case numbers, and so I'll just go ahead and identify them right now.
Mhm.
Those are CWFs.
And you can skip the CWF and the zeros, just the last part is helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 318, 413, 414, 415, 417, 418, 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, 434, 435, 436, 437, 438, and 439. And he will also be appearing to provide property-specific testimony on each of the some of these. He or John Gordon will be doing property-specific testimony on some of these, but for this next portion, his testimony applies to all of these case numbers. And I believe it is your wish that we incorporate his prior testimony as well to the extent possible. Is that correct?
That's entirely up to you. If you can, I certainly welcome it. But if you believe that there's something, we're in a tough position where the objectors have an obligation to, their burden of proof is to show that the specific assessment to
related to a specific case number per parcel is not appropriate. And you can certainly do that by incorporating from other portions of the hearing, whether that's portions of this section of the hearing with these case numbers or even other case numbers. You can do that, but you do need to do that. That's been the rule for case numbers that are outside of the I don't have a good summary for case numbers 233, all of these that I call them, Mr. Lutz has been the prime lead on those. And so all of those case numbers which were identified in the first day, this is essentially an open hearing for all of those. And your firm is elected to identify segments, which I think is helpful to the hearing examiner, but it's not, we're not opening a new hearing each time you identify a new segment. It's, we have an open segment to all of those cases at the same time. So I'm not sure what you need to reference back to and adopt by reference, but if there was another time he's appeared for another case number, then I would have asked that you identify that and incorporate it by reference.
Okay, so I think in order to reduce redundancy, we would like to incorporate Mr. Charette's testimony on February 18th, 2020 to the extent it's relevant. And we believe the relevant portions would be with regard to his testimony on Exhibit 1, which is an attachment to his appraisal review. We will be asking some further questions regarding this exhibit, but the testimony that he's already provided on this exhibit should be incorporated into our cases that I just listed. And just to be specific, that testimony on February, I believe it was 18th, was with regard to case 133, 134, and it might have been with respect to additional case numbers as well.
Okay.
Okay. And so, Mr. Charette, I'm going to provide some context for you at some portions regarding your prior testimony, but I'm going to try to ask you questions that are in addition to that previous testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. So you've already testified regarding your experience and background. Do you have anything to add regarding that, regarding your relevant experience preparing special benefit studies?
Yes, I do. And I believe when I testified previously, I was explaining my prior experience with local improvement districts, and maybe it's my age, but I had completely forgotten that last year I was retained by the city of North Bend to provide a preliminary feasibility analysis for a proposed LID for a utility improvement that they were planning. It happened to be a sewer system for some 80 properties. It just escaped me. I had not realized that I had done that.
And based on your experience and knowledge, is an LID an unusual funding? You mentioned a sewer utility. Is an LID an unusual funding mechanism for the waterfront lit improvements?
Well, I think it is. Most LIDs, the purpose of an LID is to provide group funding, in simple terms, to provide an improvement to a greater area, and usually it's something for like a utility, like the property and project in North Bend. Those are examples of properties that are on a septic system, their septic systems are failing. They would all benefit to varying degrees by having a sewer system in place. And so it's improvements like those that I typically see funded with an LID. It could be a road project to provide access, or it could be usually a specific and direct, I guess betterment is a way to put it, that benefits very clearly defined properties.
And is it typical to see an LID of this size encompassing more than 6,000 properties?
I haven't seen one this big, but again, as I testified previously, there's, most of the LIDs are, well, and I just testified, they're of different magnitude and scale and types of developments. I've never seen one this big. I think the South Lake Union streetcar might have been, I don't know how many, but it wouldn't have been near this many. 6,000 plus is a very large scale LID project.
And what does that size tell you about special benefits versus general benefits?
That's a good question. I think you know, and this is kind of unscripted. It's I think given the magnitude of it, it just makes it so much more of a general benefit than a special benefit. You know, special benefits for LIDs and improvements are really narrow focused. Again, back to the concept of providing the utility is such a great example, or providing a road to a group of properties. To me, I look at 6,000 in some properties, and I know that some of them are multifamily condominiums, and if you look at it on a building by building basis, it'd be smaller, but it's just a huge scope of LID boundary area and properties involved.
Can you give some examples of how some other major projects in Seattle have been funded?
Well, sure. I think the question kind of is a little bit is this a reasonable funding mechanism for waterfront LID improvements? I'm not aware. I can't speak to that. I'm also not a funding consultant, but you can look around at all the improvements that have been made around the area, and I'm reading because I needed to take notes. But the viaduct itself, the viaduct and tunnel replacement, was funded by state, federal, and local sources, including the Port of Seattle and tolls. Seawall project, a $290 million project, was voter approved with a bond measure. Coleman Dock, and these happen to all be in the area, comes from federal, state, and local sources. The Seattle Aquarium, the new aquarium will be funded by city, county, state, federal, and private donations. The Olympic Sculpture Park was funded very not only by the city of Seattle, but also by the Seattle Arts Commission. The Washington State Convention Center paid for $10 million for the funding for the Freeway Park project renovation. The park had been in place; it was in repair, and they paid for it. They're paying for that. And last but not least, the Seattle Center, which was funded by the voter-approved bond issuance and state and federal funding. I think just to kind of summarize in my previous testimony, the last major LID improvement in this project in the city was 10 years ago for the South Lake Union streetcar, and just very rare.
And how does that one compare to the waterfront, the streetcar?
South Lake Union streetcar, well, it's a completely different project in that, again, as I've testified before, and this will be kind of a theme for the testimony here, I would think is that the level of difference between the value of the property before the LID improvements and the value of the property after the LID improvements, or I should say the condition of the scope of the project and the condition of the project and the ultimate property values are so different, or so granular, such a small measurable difference. If you look at the streetcar, that provided a very physical and obvious transportation project that is, you can discuss whether it's a benefit or not, but it's very definable. It's completely different than the LID improvements we're talking about.
So as long as we're talking about your testimony regarding incremental increase in or this incremental difference between the before and the after condition, can you describe how Macaulay defined the before and the after condition?
Sure. I think, and again, kind of summary, I don't want to repeat too much previous testimony, but the Alaska Viaduct came down, and there's funding sources for restoring the road grid system, sidewalks, landscaping, and basically bringing the project back to a serviceable infrastructure, transportation corridors, etc. And those improvements
they're in Exhibit 1, which the hearing examiner has seen, basically show a project that is largely a functional corridor, I guess, if you will, for lack of a better term, with all the landscaping and the sidewalks and the roads, etc. And that's a very simple, simplistic explanation of what it is, what the condition of the property is assumed to be in the before scenario by Macaulay and the APS appraisal. So basically, it's as if the LAD improvements weren't going to exist, which are kind of the incremental difference between what it is in the assumed in the ABS before condition.
And question, apologize, let's go back to some initial items. Counsel, I didn't ask you to introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Megan Lynn. I'm from Perkins Coie. I'm counsel for objectors. And
Thank you. There's been reference to an Exhibit 1. I assume that's Exhibit 1 for cases through 133, 134, the others are mentioned.
Yes.
Are you looking to incorporate it into this?
Yes, we will. And so we might as well do that right now.
Let's do that now, so we can refer to it by its new exhibit number. Do you have a copy? We can just use that.
Actually, you have a copy
Yeah.
right there.
Okay. Which one?
This
one?
yep.
Okay. This will be marked as, which exhibit do we have?
This should be.
We're marking Exhibit 1 to
It's 48.
Peter Charette's, which is Peter Charette's attachment to his appraisal review.
This will be Exhibit 48.
Exhibit 48.
All right. And lastly, I understood that Mr. Charette might be speaking to some other cases, case number 375, and I believe maybe also was speaking to something for 133 and 134. Is that happening today, later, or at all? Do you know?
I think that that at some point at the end of our testimony, of our direct and cross of Mr. Charette, that Vic Moses, who is pro se for
Yes.
375,
Yes.
will want to, I guess, stay our cases, open his case, and question Mr. Charette.
Okay, got it. And Mr. Charette, are you testifying for anybody else today in this?
No, my clients that I am testifying for at this point, Lynn and Vic Moses.
Right. Okay, thanks very much for the clarification. Apologize for the interruption.
And so you've described this before condition as removal of the viaduct and completion of a number of WashDOT projects. Is the before condition then a hypothetical condition?
Yes, it is.
And how does ABS valuations before and after valuations relate to the current conditions as of October 2019?
Well, the hypothetical the hypothetical condition before the ABS appraisal is as I previously described, with those road improvements in place and landscaping and the like. The condition of the property today, and I assume it's changed. I didn't go back to exactly his date of value, October 1. When we performed our work, it was the 1st of January, and the condition of the area is largely the viaduct is fully removed. There's still some debris being removed. Alaska Way is in place. There's sidewalks that are in place. The views obviously have been substantially improved because the viaduct's now gone and the noise nuisance. But there have not yet been any, I've got to be careful, I'm not an engineer here. I didn't observe any real new construction of the LAD, or not of the LAD, of the Waterfront improvement project yet. I just see it as more of the demolition and preparation stage.
And so it's your testimony that the current condition is not the condition that is assumed in the before scenario in the final study?
That's correct.
And from your review of the final study, can you tell what the current value of properties is? The actual current value of the properties, not the value of properties as assumed in the before condition?
Well, we did provide opinions of value for the properties, current value of the, I don't have the list of all of them, but John Gordon will be speaking to the value of the certain properties, Hadreen's 4 hotels and a few others. Is that answering your question?
No, I'm asking from the final benefit study. Does the final benefit study give any indication of current value, actual current value?
Oh, I understand. Well, no, it doesn't appear to. It appears to make the straight hypothetical assumption that the improvements are in place as defined by the before condition in his report, as I previously testified to.
And can you tell from your review of Mr. McCauley's appraisal what the deduction, what the quantitative value of the viaduct removal was for each of the properties?
There doesn't appear to be an adjustment other than he says he ignores the fact that the viaduct has been removed.
And so there's no way to tell from his final special benefit study or any of the materials that you reviewed what removal of the viaduct and construction of those before projects, what the value of those are.
In other words, no. In other words, what the current condition of the property is today, he doesn't make. There's no clarification as to whether he assumed that the condition is current. There's no adjustments for any change in property values from today to the condition of his hypothetical completed before condition.
Have you ever seen a special benefit study where the before and the after conditions were both hypotheticals?
No, I have not.
If both the before and after conditions are hypotheticals, and there's no indication of current value, actual current value, is it possible to calculate the actual measurable special benefit to a particular parcel?
I think it's a good question. It's a hard question to answer only in the sense that let me rephrase it. It's difficult to determine how one could value the condition of something that they don't know other than documents and statements. It basically is, I don't want to get off base here, but uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, I'll say that once, the acronym is used, have certain conditions that they require when you use a hypothetical condition. And this is also very consistent with the appraisal standards, and that is that whatever opinions an appraiser renders, it must not be misleading. So to make that assumption that it's completed, which I'm sure we'll get into this in some form of conversation, is, for something that's supposed to be completed 5 years from today that isn't completed, is...
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. Do you have a response?
Mr. Charette, I'm trying to ask, if you've got two hypothetical, if the before condition is hypothetical and the after condition is hypothetical, does that introduce, is there anything special an appraiser should do, or is there a way to account for any risks associated with the fact that both of your before and after conditions are hypotheticals?
Let me answer it this way, and it is that you must disclose the use of the hypothetical assumption, and you must explain the potential value or issues to value, even if you use just one. Using two makes it just that much more complicated.
You mentioned that the improvements aren't going to be in place for a number of years until, I believe, 2024 at the earliest, as projected by the city's documents. How does that affect the city's proposed assessments?
Well, under the assumption that the final assessment roll is approved in this year, then
Mr. Charette,
Yeah.
we can't hear you. You cut out, so you're gonna have to, let's make sure we get a connection with you again, and then you'll have to repeat your response to the question, since it broke up. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
All right, and this may happen. We've had it with a couple other witnesses today. Sometimes a sentence or two will break out. We just ask that you repeat what you said.
Could I ask for the question to be repeated?
Sure. So you talked about the fact that the improvements are not scheduled to be in place for a number of years, 2024 at the earliest. How does it affect the city's proposed assessments and their estimates of what those assessments are?
If assuming that the assessment is assigned to the property this year, just say in the summer, I'm making the data, it's an encumbrance against the property. And that encumbrance is monetary, and it impacts the value of the property, usually negatively because it's a deduction, and this is for a benefit that would not accrue until 2024, 5 years from now. So it's basically prepaying for something that you don't have yet.
And so you talking a little bit more about that. So for commercial properties, if they're paying for something that they don't have yet, what does that do to the value of their property?
It reduces the value of their property by the incremental difference between the day they're assessed to the day they realize the benefit.
Can you explain?
Well, I'll put it in simple terms, and I call it cowboy math, if you don't mind. If someone is assessed $1 million in LAD assessment, and it's payable over 20 years, and they don't realize any benefit of that for 5 years, they're basically taking 25% of that amount and paying it up front for something they're not going to have in 5 years from now. So it's like basically asking me to take my $250,000 and invest it in something that I'm not going to realize any benefit from for 5 years. So you could say that they're basically asking you to take $250,000 of your capital and move it from one investment to another that's going to receive zero interest, zero growth, and defer any value of that until the 5 years. Does that make sense?
That does, thank you. And the fact that these improvements have not been built yet, the waterfront lid improvements, how could an appraiser account for the economic value today of benefits to be received 5 years from now?
Well, that's a pretty big question. The number one is that you make the assumption that there are special benefits, and we'll just go ahead and make that assumption. The reality of it is that it would be discounted in some form. I mean, there are so many factors that you have to look at when determining the value of a property before and after. Over that 5-year term, that's almost impossible to figure out what it is. And I can go to our latest, health situation of the coronavirus is one example of here's a change that I don't think anybody saw coming, but it's going to impact values.
And so there are you said these other factors that might impact values between now and then that we really don't know about. Can you talk a little bit about those factors?
Well, it's, the basic economics of supply and demand, but it's very economic driven, jobs driven. I mean, I'm not an economist, but you can just see the factors, we've been in a very growth economy, and there's a lot of individuals that are projecting or pontificating some form of recession. So there's just all these real estate cycles that you end up, property owners go through. So it's almost more that than it is anything that's specific. We're not even talking about the disruption of construction of the project over the duration. That's another element you could look at. There's a lot of different factors that go in trying to figure out something 5 years from now. It is unusual to do that.
You mentioned construction. To your knowledge and based on your review, did Mr. McCauley take into account any risks that there'd be delays in construction, that there'd be delays in obtaining permits, that designs might change?
No, I went over the report again today just to see if what in about my 8th time going through it, and I saw nothing about that.
Based on your review, did Mr. McCauley take into account the risk that there be negative impacts due to the improvements on certain properties, such as loss of parking, loss of views, increased traffic?
He made a note, if I recall, in there about a loss of parking, but that being offset by a benefit of the project, an LID improvement project. I apologize, but I know of the owner of Pier 57, who's a client I was working with.
Mr. Charette.
And the 54,
Mr. Charette.
That whole line of piers, they're all concerned about parking. So, what the impacts are going to be, I don't think anybody really knows, but we know there's lots of parking, and we know they're concerned about it.
Mr. Charette, can I please ask that as you're giving testimony, you keep your eyes on the screen? If I'm raising my hand, I can't hear you.
Thank you.
So you need to just keep your eyes on us. I know you're trying to process thoughts and share testimony. It's a little difficult, but this extra step is keep your eye on us, because there was a point where you missed a couple sentences. Honestly, at this point, I don't even know what they are. So we're going to have to proceed without that. But I'm trying my best to try to get you to stop and alert you that you're missing testimony, and your counsel may be as well. So just keep an eye on us in addition to providing the testimony, and that would be appreciated.
Sure. So if you're raising your hand, you can't hear me.
Yeah, I don't wave just spontaneously in hearings.
I'll also do this. That's helpful.
I can't see you.
Oh, okay. You can't see me.
Can you move forward?
The hearing examiner and his assistant.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna
Can you see counsel now?
No.
Oh, you're still outside the screen.
Using the camera.
I have the other person,
No, our camera's up there.
Jenny Lowe, who is.
All right.
Can you
Just
see
keep
any
going
of us?
until you see her. Just keep going. I want to see how far this goes. Can you see her yet?
Yep.
Keep going. Not yet?
You're waving. I got your
See my
shoulder. I got
hand.
your head.
Okay. So his camera's smaller. It just doesn't pick everything up.
I can see
All
both
right.
of you on the edge right now.
I'm on the edge right now?
Yep.
All right, but you can't see me, I assume.
No, I can see you.
Oh, you can.
You've got your hands partially up.
Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm going to have to leave it to you, counsel, to signal him that we can't be heard and to just conduct your witness. Remember, this is your record, your transcript, so make sure he gets stopped if he can't be heard.
Mr. Charette, if you see me do this, then I can't hear you anymore. And just stop, and we'll repeat the question and allow you to repeat your answer.
I understand.
Thank you.
And thank you for being patient with us. So let's talk about this loss of parking again. And we talked about whether or not in your review of the ABS valuation study, whether or not you saw any evaluation of negative impacts. And I'd like to be more specific in my question. I'm asking whether or not you saw any quantitative analysis of what that impact, how these negative impacts, of these negative impacts, quantitative analysis of the negative impacts we talked about, such as loss of parking, increased traffic, loss of views, construction noise.
No. There's none of that.
Can you describe whether and how an appraiser could account for risks like permitting risk, construction delay risk, in assessing potential special benefits?
Well, I would look at outside of the world of special benefits, because what you're asking is the impact on the market value of a property, which is the premise and basis for a special benefit study. And if there was an investor that was interested in developing a property, they're looking at it from the beginning of the cycle, which is when they acquire a site, whatever part they enter into the investment. They factor in the risks for permitting. Very clearly, you can see the value of a property increase once it has a master use permit. And then you still have risk beyond that, which is construction of the project and completion within budget and as designed. And then there's even risks associated with leasing up a property. So there's just risk along the entire development scale. So if you're looking at asking an appraiser to look at the risks associated with estimating a special benefit from these LID improvements, you would be looking at it in a fairly similar way of saying, well, where are we in the design? What are the permits we have and things like that? And what are the risks of cost overruns and meeting our schedule?
And given that some of the designs are not complete for the waterfront lit improvements, from an appraiser's perspective, would it be prudent to take into account the risk that designs might change in a way that would decrease whatever estimated special benefit is right now being calculated?
Well, this goes back again to the use of the hypothetical assumption, and because you can make the assumptions that the appraiser made. It's just how credible are they, and what disclosures have you made to let the end user of the report know that there are these risks that we just talked about, and that if you consider these risks, it could impact the value conclusions. Basically, at the end of every valuation section, when an appraiser uses a hypothetical condition, that statement is supposed to be there. That basically explains everything that I just said in a long-term format, so that whoever's reading it can understand it. That these value estimates are subject to these various conditions and risks, and they're not in the report.
Given these potential risks, is it possible that a property owner will be assessed an amount but never see that actual increase in their property value due to the waterfront lit improvements?
Well, of course, I'm not quite sure I fully understand the question, but of course, I mean, there's no guarantee. Let's just assume that everything that was done in the ABS appraisal is correct, which it is not. But let's make that assumption. What are the risks of them? What are the chances of them seeing that benefit? Such a granular question and so difficult to answer. I don't think it can be answered with any level of certainty.
And so you're saying that that actual measurable special benefits between this hypothetical before condition and hypothetical after condition, that is basically unsupported in the final special benefit study? Is that your testimony?
Objection leading.
Response to the objection.
I was just trying to summarize, but I can rephrase.
Okay.
What is your opinion about whether the special benefit study supports its estimation of actual measurable special benefits?
I think that the best answer, and I've testified to this before, it's in my Exhibit 1, I think it's in the supplement that we're going to talk about later. It is so remote and speculative to determine what the value benefit is for these just very incremental LID improvements are to surrounding properties 5 years out, that it just leads to a report that's misleading and is not credible. It's just too remote and speculative.
Let's take hotels as an example. If the improvements are delivered 5 years from now, what benefit do the hotels receive right now? Is it higher room rates, what benefit are they seeing right now?
Nothing, zero.
And so what's the effect of imposing the special benefit assessment right now on those hotels, given that the improvements aren't coming until 2024?
And we talked about this already. It's a loss in value to the property until those improvements are completed, and assuming there's special benefit beyond that. And if there is, then at least they receive it then. But this is and again, I'm not legal and can't talk about all of these aspects of reality. This is something that should be assessed when the project's completed, not today, because it negatively impacts every property who's received an LID assessment.
All right, let's turn to your supplement. Mr. Charette, as we noted, prepared this Exhibit 1, and then he also prepared a supplement to the appraisal reviews, which builds on this Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1, which is now 48.
Yes, exactly, Exhibit 48. So I've got copies of these. And this will be marked, I guess, as Exhibit 49?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. And this testimony also should be incorporated into all of the case numbers I previously listed. And if you'd like me to list them again, I can.
No. No, that's why it's 49. This is actually, all of these exhibits are applicable to all of the case numbers that you represent.
So you testified previously that a typical way to assess whether an improvement would cause an increase in property value is to look at matched paired analysis, and you testified about that on February 18th. To your knowledge, did the final study use matched pair analysis on any of the properties you reviewed?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's a couple of references in some of them that say matched pair, but there's no empirical data presented, so I'm not quite sure what they meant by that.
But the final study does offer some case studies. Are these case studies, and these are those comparable parks, are these case studies an adequate substitute for matched pair analysis?
I will say that it's fair to bring in case studies if they are relevant, but in this instance, as I testified previously, I don't believe that these are relevant case studies.
And why is that?
Well, just in simple terms, and as I testified to before, the scale of the projects, renovations or projects, are so substantively different than the difference in the value of the property before the LID improvements and after the LID improvements. Their scale is huge. It's, if we can go through each of these, but you'll see, and I testified before, and I didn't probably go into the level of detail that I should have last time, but I can show you, and you have in this supplement, actual visual pictures of what they look like before and after.
So let's walk through that. Starting on page 3. And right now we're looking at page 3 on the supplement to appraisal review. And you have additional analysis on Tom McCall Waterfront Park. Is this case study a basis for concluding that properties within the lid will specially benefit from the waterfront lid improvements?
Yes, basically, what I'm doing is I'm going through each of the case studies that are in the ABS appraisal. This is the first one they presented.
And so I'm going to repeat my question. Is this case study, this Tom McCall case study, is this a good basis for concluding that properties within the lid are going to specially benefit from the lid improvements?
Objection leading.
I apologize, I didn't answer the question correctly.
Mr. Charette, there's an objection.
Sorry.
Just wait, there's an objection.
So the question is this case study a basis for concluding that the properties will specially benefit from the lid improvements?
A good basis.
I can say bad basis as well, either way.
I think it's
I think if I said bad basis, that would be
I think
more-
it's either way you're qualifying the basis.
Okay, so I will just say basis. Does that work?
If you correct the question
Okay.
that way, then that would not be.
Is this case study a basis for concluding that properties within the lid will specially benefit from the lid improvements?
Well, apparently Mr. McCauley thought so, he put it in his report.
And what do you think, based on your analysis?
I don't think it's a good example.
And can you explain why?
Well, if you see me looking down and you don't hear me, let me know because I'm looking down just to check my notes.
And please let us know if you're referring to any language within the report, because we all have this in front of us.
Sure, I'm just I'm just looking at page 3 and I have a few highlights there. First of all, the case study only references office and retail uses. It doesn't include residential, hospitality, or special purpose type uses.
And I'll stop you there. Why is that important?
Well, it seems like if you're going to go and look at a project and you're trying to determine what the benefit is to properties because of a project, you'd look at all property types. In other words, if I was doing a study and I went to this area and I was using this initially as a basis for this study, I'd want to know about all of the property types. I mean, what's the purpose of just going to understand office and retail uses? It just seems to me that it's an incomplete analysis of the benefits, incomplete analysis of the benefit as it relates to whatever the improvements are. It only focuses, I say, on office and retail uses. It just seems like a fairly incomplete analysis to me.
Do you have anything else you'd like to highlight from your analysis of the Tom McCall Waterfront Park?
Well, sure, I have lots to talk about it, and some of the questions I have from the ABS report that I just raised question, page 50 of his report, percent increase in property values, but again, doesn't explain the property types, and it also doesn't talk about the time period. This is a project that began in 2003, continued into 2011, nearly twice as long as what the Waterfront project is, timeline is. And it just seems to me that, if you're going to look at this, I mean, one of the problems that I found throughout almost all of his case examples, or the case examples, are that the projects occurred over a long period of time. They're substantial and they're major. And you're not able to do that snapshot with the McCauley's trying to do in his report. Here's my hypothetical before, improvements, and here's my hypothetical after. This is just a very long range analysis of something that is of a redevelopment or park renovation project that is occurring over a variety of economic times and conditions. I think if you look at here, I think we went through the Great Recession in 2008, and we came out of the Great Recession. There's just a lot of things that happened during that time frame, and the ability of being able to just say a 16% increase in property values is really a meaningless statement. I asked, we have an office, Kidder Matthews has an brokerage office in downtown Portland. Steve Klein is the managing director of the office. He's been in that office, he was in an office literally across from the park for 14 years. And I asked him what his thoughts were if, the park actually resulted in property value increases. And his comment is, he's seen no difference in real estate activity from the park. What his comment was, which seems to be a bit of an underlying theme of some of these case studies that we'll be talking about, is that it's about the view. And the properties that are lining the NATO Parkway are looking to the east towards Mount Hood, and they have very desirable views over the river. That's more of a benefit than the park. That state is more of a benefit than the park. And he, even whether it's relevant, it probably is that we moved out of that. It's called the Umpqua Plaza building, and the space sat vacant for 2 years. So it's really hard to say that there's empirical evidence out of this case study to show that property values increased specifically because of the park.
And you said part of the reason for that was also because of this 9-year time frame. Is that correct?
Right. It's just covering a long period of time where property values are generally appreciating anyway, or depreciating after the recession. There's just these market cycles and economic conditions that make it very difficult to consider really any of these case studies as relevant for the analysis in the ABS report.
And actually, tying this to the final special benefit study and the waterfront lit improvements, if you did see a property value increase over the 5 years between 2019 and 2024, would it be possible to accurately tease out exactly what percentage of that increase is due specifically to the waterfront lit improvements?
Objection leading.
Response.
I just said, is it possible to tease out?
To accurately.
So I'll rephrase. Do you want me to rephrase that? What's your ruling on the objection?
I'm going to sustain this. You can either rephrase it or I can make the objection. I can't do both. So are you responding and wanting me to rule, or do you offer to?
My response is that I am asking if it's possible to tease out a difference in the reason for the increase in property value over the course of 5 years, given a hypothetical situation that property values do increase. I think that I think that's fair game. I also don't think there's a way to ask that in a way that would appease opposing counsel. So, I think that, was your objection is that it's leading?
Yes.
Oh, okay, and then I guess, I think that the response could very clearly be yes or no to that question, and he certainly could say, yes, it is possible to tease out the reason for the property value increase over the course of 5 years.
Okay. Overruled.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and answer.
Want me to answer that question?
Yes.
I think it's very difficult to, and I've testified before and I'm going to continue to testify on this. I just think it's very difficult to establish such narrow increases and small increases in property values that were performed in the ABS appraisal that it's remote and speculative. It's difficult to do. It's within the error of rounding. I think you're asking. I look at the appraisal and go, this is a big ask to try to figure out if there's actual value increases from the LID improvements 5 years from now.
Let's turn to page 4 of your supplement, and you begin a discussion about the Rose Kennedy Greenway in Boston. Can you describe the before and after conditions in this area of Boston?
Yes. Well, this is part of the infamous Big Dig, which is where they put their
Can you please repeat that? Starting from infamous.
Okay, this is part of the infamous Big Dig project where they moved the interstate, elevated interstate underground and into the tunnel, very similar to what Seattle did with the 99 tunnel, and that left an open streetscape, a very substantial open streetscape that was otherwise the roads were a physical barrier. And the photographs show that with those roads in place, it's very difficult for the east and the west side of the city of Boston to actually connect. What they did was through, and I believe this was through public financing, they basically created parks and walkways and trails and completely transformed this plus or minus 15 or so acre site into a very pedestrian friendly corridor. It's the project is of a magnitude that is so much greater than it'd be like if you didn't even do anything to the waterfront, and then you compared it to even the after condition, the condition, either with or without the LID improvements. It's so dramatic that it's just, again, it's just such a difficult comparison case study because the
Objection, non-responsive.
And, all right, if it's non-responsive, is it prejudicing the city's case in some manner? Or are we just trailing, which is actually disadvantage to their case?
Well, I would just ask that he answer the question that is presented and not trail on and on.
I understand that, but that's actually not an objection you can raise. Your objection, if it is non-responsive, is if it's prejudicing you, or because this isn't a deposition, it's her witness, and you're not on cross. If there's something that's prejudicing the city, if it's illegal information, if it's making a statement that's against the interests of the city, if he's rambling and not actually responding to the question, that's actually to the detriment of the party that's asking the question. So in this case, you can't assert that. And we sit through it.
Okay, understood.
All right.
So
I reserve the right to step in and say if we're going off track, though. So
I'll
I
just
would ask you.
intervene.
You do. Mr. Charette has a habit. He's got a lot to say, and I understand that. But he really should stick to answering the question he's asked.
Okay, we will try to do that. I will intervene now with a question then. So, do you think that these before and after conditions are comparable to the before and after conditions here?
They are not,
And why not?
because they're so substantively different that they are not comparable. I trying not to ramble. I appreciate the comment. Thank you. Just trying to show that the physical improvements that were there before are so substantively different in the after condition that they're not comparable.
Would it be more comparable if you had included removal of the viaduct and some other and the rest of the? Sorry, I'll strike my own question. Do you know whether there was a view enhancement that contributed to the property value increase in this area in Boston?
No, I don't.
And just for the record, on On page 5, is that, what is that a picture of?
On page 5 of the report is a photograph showing the comparison on the condition of the property as it was before on the left, and the condition of the property as it was on the right after the park improvements.
So let's turn to page 6. And on page 6, you start a discussion of the Hudson River Park in New York. Was this park discussed in the final study?
Yes.
And can you describe what these pictures show?
Well, again, they're trying to compare the before and after. On the left of the photo is the condition of the property before, and on the right is the condition of the property after the park improvements.
Do you think that this, the before and after condition of the Hudson River Park is comparable to the before and after condition here?
No, my internet research, which was, I guess we can almost say that's a legitimate source nowadays, described the before condition as a wasteland with warehouses of no value demolished to make way for the park. So it's again, like the other example in Boston, it's such a substantively different example that it really isn't at all comparable to the LID study.
And on page 7, you've got some photos. What are those photos of? Oh, sorry, pictures.
Sure, that's the Embarcadero, which is another example that was used. I happened to be down there when the earthquake hit. I'm very familiar with what's happened down there. And that is a very similar structure to the Alaska Way Viaduct. It was demolished. It was destroyed by the earthquake and demolished and removed. It very much like the viaduct removal in a way, created an opening and a connection between the city improvements and the waterfront. And it was the primary access into the city, probably not too unlike Seneca was to a degree, the viaduct. So the city was obligated to perform a transportation study alternative to get traffic in and out of the city. So really the main impetus of that, again, is not too much unlike the viaduct, in that the viaduct improvement structures known as the Embarcadero were removed, and they came up with a new transportation corridor. What ensued was a park that basically went along after those improvements were in place.
And so how does the net improvement in San Francisco compare with the net improvement here if you assume removal of the viaduct and completion of all of the baseline restoration projects in the before condition?
I think the Embarcadero is more substantial. It really did separate from the waterfront. The Seattle waterfront already had, the tourist attractions and things like that. This section of the waterfront by the Embarcadero in San Francisco was still very industrial in use, and this is a much more dramatic change than removal of the viaduct.
And on page 8, which is the next page, what is that a picture of?
Well, that's the Millennium Park example that was used in the ABS appraisal. $500 million project paid through taxpayers and private donors, former rail yard and parking lot, and that was completely transformed into a park. I wonder if there's a description for the park, but it's a very substantial park that you can see is a very dramatic improvement compared to what it was.
And do you know if view enhancement was taken into account when in this case study?
Well, I know that if this is answering the question, the study there was a study done by the city of Chicago that talked about increases in values from better views. And so I guess where I'm going with this is that there did not appear to be any substantive financial analysis out of this study reported in the ABS report that talked about value increases other than that redevelopment was occurring. And then there's a study that's referenced, but citing that the views were really the main impetus for the development.
And then turning to page 9, you have some analysis of Southeast Falls Creek Conceptual Plan Stanley Park in Vancouver. Is this also in the final study?
Yes.
And can you describe the scope of this improvement?
Well, again, very substantial. What was an old industrial neighborhood was rezoned, reorganized, and redeveloped into the 2010 Vancouver Olympic and Paralympic Village. It's a massive redevelopment of an area that it's more of a revitalization program than it is a specific project, because they basically took, you can see on page 9, this is a bunch of older warehouses, but on page 10 they just completely reconfigured and allowed and zoned for a mixed-use residential commercial community. There's something completely of a different scale and magnitude than the LID improvements.
So in your opinion, do any of these case studies provide a basis for concluding that properties within the LID will specially benefit from the waterfront LID improvements?
No, not to the definitive level in particular that are outlined in the ABS appraisal.
Do you know if Mr. McCauley relied on any comparable parks in Seattle or any case studies in Seattle?
Well, again, I mean, his report is his work. His work file is different than his report. And in his report, he talks about the Olympic Sculpture Park, which is just up the street. So that's one he references.
Do you know why Mr. McCauley decided not to use the Olympic Sculpture Park as a comparable park?
No, I'm not really sure. Because there were no implied increases in property values reported in the study. You know, he basically concluded, or I should say, the statements in the report imply that, you know, there's the park is a benefit to the area, but there was no real monetary anywhere. We talked about occupancies, help stabilize occupancies and things like that, but I have no idea why that was not a part that would have been studied.
So I'm going to read from Exhibit 3, which is the final study, page 58. I think it's page 58 after you've passed all of the spreadsheets. Which is 164 of the 237-page document. But I guess that's not that much. Okay. So it says, and I'll read this for you. It should be noted that the Olympic Sculpture Park is not directly comparable to the park-like lid improvements, creating the sculpture park transformed an undesirable negative site into a positive open space amenity, whereas the lid project involves enhancement of an already established area. Does that reasoning, in your opinion, apply to any of the other case studies that you analyzed?
You mean that we're analyzing the ABS report?
Yeah, sorry.
Basically, it's the same, sounds like it's kind of the same condition, frankly. It's a park, I remember it, of course, it's an old brownfield that was just open space, and it's been converted into a very nice, attractive park. Not dissimilar at all from the other comparison case studies using the ABS report.
Except that this one is in Seattle, so it's potentially even more comparable.
I would think so, yes.
Aside from these case studies, does the final study purport to rely on any other market data for its conclusion that proximity to parks results in higher property value?
There's the economic studies that were used in the report.
Okay, let's talk about the economic studies. And just to ask, are we going to go until 5?
Yes.
So on page 11 of your supplement, you start with a discussion of the HRNA economic study. Can you briefly describe this study?
Yes, it's actually a study that speaks to the economic benefit of the amenity.
Sorry.
Okay,
Can you actually start over again?
that's fine. I saw your hand and I was looking down.
All right, so Mr. Charrette's going to restart, and just for reference on the record, we're referring to Exhibit 49, page 11.
Yes, and from now on I'll state the number.
If you can,
Apologies.
well, thank you.
So the economic, and Megan, if you scooted a little closer to the hearing examiner, I can see you. There you go. The economic HRNA economic study is a citywide study focusing on what appears to be the waterfront, greater waterfront project in general as a whole, and it does not appear to be to a granular level, I guess is a way of saying, of measuring any difference before and after the LID improvements. In other words, it's just a general economic study of the entire waterfront project to the city. And I just lost Megan. She's no, the camera defaulted back to where it started.
I was curious how that would work. Any more about these systems than we ever wanted to know?
It's just automatically moving back that way?
It has a feature that ostensibly turns to the speaker,
Oh.
which happens about 1 out of every 500 times somebody's speaking.
That's a neat feature.
It would be if it worked. Mostly just goes to one spot and stays there. So, all right, thank you
I'll try
for
to speak loudly.
accommodating the interruption.
Apologies for that distraction. And when you say it's an economic study, what exactly was it looking for or looking at?
Well, what they're talking about, and I just wrote down a few notes in the reference in the ABS report. It's talking about new visitors, new net visitors, annual visitor revenue, among other statistics created from the waterfront in general. So it's basically the economic benefit. I mean, it makes sense that if you have something that's an attraction and an amenity like the waterfront, that it would be there'd be some level of definable economic benefit.
And is it a lid study or a general study of the larger waterfront project?
It has nothing to do with the lid. It's more of a general study for the waterfront and the greater Seattle community.
Based on your review, does the HRNA study provide sufficient support for the special assessments?
It's misleading.
Sorry, go ahead and answer one more time, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, it does not provide any support for the benefit study, in my opinion.
Does the final study rely on any other studies?
There's the one from New York City, which we talked about in the previous Exhibit 1, which focuses on retail, and then there's another one that's been referred to as Crompton, which is referenced in the ABS report.
Okay, and we won't repeat your testimony about the New York study here because we're incorporating that testimony. But we will delve a little bit into the Crompton study because you provided additional analysis here on page 11 of Exhibit 49. So can you briefly describe Professor Crompton's study?
Yes, and I do not pretend to be as an economist such as he is, but I did review, there's actually three. One is an economic.
Wait, sorry, can you just start with?
Start again.
Yeah.
There's actually three studies that are involved in the Crompton analysis. One is done in 2011, that's referenced in the appraisal, and then there's that was updated in 2014. There's another one not referenced in his appraisal, but I'm presuming from the mathematics of his or the numbers in his text that he's referring to a report that was completed in 2004, the proximate principle, blah, blah, blah. And I just want to distill it down into simple terms because the ABS report does state specifically that values, 75% of the value of a park improvement is captured in the first 500 feet of proximity to the park, with the remaining 25% captured over the last 1,500 feet. I'm only bringing this particular study to the hearing examiner's attention because it is a study relied on in the ABS report, and if it is being relied on in the ABS report, it's important to understand what all that means. And if you care, I can keep going on with my explanation.
Well, you talked about 75% that Mr. Crompton found that in his study, was that study based in Seattle?
No, it wasn't.
And
in fact, it was out of the area. I believe it was in Texas.
Do you know if the study had involved the waterfront?
No, it did not.
And you testified that study found that 75% of a benefit due to a park improvement will accrue to properties within the first 500 feet or 3 blocks, and then 25% of the benefit will accrue to properties within the next 1,500 feet or 3 to 12 blocks. Is that right?
Yes. It's also important to understand too that the study only addresses residential uses. It has nothing to do with office properties. It has nothing to do with hotels or retails or special purpose. All it is really analyzing are it starts off talking about single family homes, and then it later goes on to talk about townhouses and things like that. So it's just need to be aware that it's focusing on residential only.
Okay. And do you know how the final study applied this 75%-25 split in its analysis of special benefits?
I didn't study exactly how it was, what the dispersion was, but what I think is important to learn out of the study is that the benefit declines exponentially the further you are from the park improvement.
Is that in this final study or in Crompton study?
In Crompton study.
And so in Crompton study, the benefit is declining exponentially. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then in the final special benefit study, how is the benefit declining?
Put it this way, we'll be later talking about 2 residential condominium projects that I've provided, or that I'll provide testimony to. Basically, those are properties that the appraiser assigned benefits of, I believe, 3 and 2.7%. If you were to use the Crompton analysis as it was intended to be used, it appears that the rates would be much less, 1% or even less than that. So that's the point. So I did not look at it at a granular level of every property. I just looked at it at these 2 properties.
And do you know whether Mr. Crompton in his study was referring, when he's referring to blocks, first 75% within 3 blocks, do you know what the size of those blocks were in his study?
I forget the size that he was referring to, but he also references feet, which is really more the intended, I think, linear definition. So I think the best way of putting it is that you can adjust his model and use the foot analysis as equally as you can the block.
Okay, that makes sense. And so if you apply those feet, then 500 feet and then 1,500 feet to Seattle City blocks, how many blocks are we talking?
Oh gosh, I should know that. 6 blocks, I think. About 6 blocks.
And that's 6 blocks at 2,000 feet?
That's 6 blocks are about 2,000 feet total, plus or minus, because the Seattle block sizes are different, and there's angled streets and alleys and things like that.
And so the Crompton study, if you were to apply Crompton, you'd be seeing an exponential decrease in special benefit out to 6 blocks, 6 Seattle City blocks.
Right. In simple terms, and I'm not. Don't hold me to the exact dimensions, but that would basically mean any residential condominium projects or anything residential beyond 6th Avenue to the east would have no value, or would receive no benefit.
And you mentioned that this study doesn't even doesn't look at anything other than residential. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Crompton study also provides a grading system for parks. I think you might have included it here. So the grading system for parks rates parks above average, or sorry, excellent, above average, average. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the final study concludes the before condition to be?
I want to say that it was average. I think that's correct.
Okay, and then do you know what the final study concludes the after condition to be?
I think it was excellent.
And do you know when we're talking about parks, because this is a grading system for parks, do you know what the final study is, which components of which lid components the final study is looking at? Because there are 6 components of this lid improvement.
Yes. I don't know the calling the park. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't know if I understand really.
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Airplane interference. I don't know what the lid is really defining as the park, because they don't really necessarily say the park, because a lot of the improvements that are being provided by the LID are not part of the park. I define the park as being along the waterfront.
So
basically, Pier 58, something like that, 59.
So would Crompton's grading system make sense as applied to, let's say, the Pike Pine Street improvements?
I don't think so, because they're not the same grade of a park quality that Crompton is talking about.
Is there, in your opinion, in your review, is there sufficient analysis and evidence in the final studies to support the conclusion that the before condition is an average park?
No.
And why
I think
not?
it's better than an average park.
And what evidence would you be looking at in order to determine what the grading of a park would be?
Well, Crompton does have his analysis, but remember his park is more for a large acreage-sized park. Maybe I'm just oversimplifying it. I look at what is being assumed hypothetically in the before scenario and completed, and comparing that with the after the LED improvements scenario. And I don't see a gradation, a measurable gradation between the difference of those two parks, or of those two scenarios.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask my question again because it's a little more targeted. I'm asking what evidence is actually in the final study to support the conclusion that the before condition is an average park?
I didn't see any real discussion in there about it.
So based on your review, does the Crompton study provide sufficient support for the conclusion that the lid improvements will result in property value increases within the lid boundary?
I think Crompton's report is talking about a completely different park type setting and really different residential uses. I don't see it as being supportive of supportive documentation or evidence to show that the values have increased because of the LED improvements.
All right, we've reached 5 o'clock. How do objectors plan to proceed? We're just going to call Mr. Shred again in the morning, or?
Well, Mr. Sherritt is also going to be providing property-specific testimony for a number of properties that we're about to open cases for or present on. And so he will be appearing tomorrow. We're pretty close to being done with this general testimony, and so I don't imagine more than like 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
On
And you're just
that.
going to tack that onto the front of when he starts the individual property presentations?
Yeah, we'll start with finishing the general.
Okay. Is he your first witness you're calling tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I can get an overview of where we're going tomorrow, what other witnesses do you plan?
So tomorrow we've got, we'll do Peter Charette general testimony, then we'll do our quadruple, actually you probably want the CWF, the case numbers.
No, that's okay.
Oh.
We can do that at the beginning. Get more, I'm just getting an overview of where we're going.
So Brian Madsen will be testifying on 430 and 431, which is quadruple R investments, and then we will have Greg Vick testifying on 437, which is Sound Vista Properties. And then
if we have time, we'll do United Way Building, which is 417, and David Brown will be testifying. And Peter Charette is the expert for all of these
Okay.
properties, so I don't know if it makes sense to just have him do his presentation for all of them in one go, or
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, less interruption.
Right.
We can get into a single cadence with one witness, getting used to getting skipped over in the Skype, et cetera. So if we can proceed with Mr. Charette, that'd be ideal, and then we can get into the property-specific witnesses from there. All right. And are all those appearing by Skype? Was that arranged?
everyone is
Excellent.
set.
But
All right. Very much appreciate your efforts to make that happen, and I'm sure the witnesses do as well. That will adjourn for the day and return tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.